dumb. Hang on. Let me put the next thing on for you. It's okay. Hang on. I appreciate the thought. There we go. Okay, there we go. The microphone wasn't loading. There we go. Alright. We're good. We can start now. Where's the button? We can start if I can find the freaking button. Hi! Hello! Let me just make sure everything's working. There we go. Okay, I think I've got it. What day is it? Ow. Hello, Knight. Ooh. Hello, Jack. Hello, Mage. Hello, Artemis. Hello, Standing. Hello, Lurkers. And Bond Watchers. Happy Thursday. It is unusual. This is not the usual time that we are doing things. I got the fan going. Hopefully it's not too loud. But yes, I hope you're all having a very good week so far. I hope June is off to a good start. I hope that's not the week that we can make it double like this. I gotta do that now later. Yes, sorry. Thoughts? Not quite working. Thoughts are clearly not working today. That's okay. It is vacation time. Thoughts are for not vacation. I always feel like there's stuff that I want to do. I don't know why I didn't expect that. That is why it is JoJo Court. I've never actually watched JoJo. I've only seen the memes, which I feel like is half the experience. I feel like, I don't know, a lot of times by the time I actually take a vacation, I just want to not do things, right? Trying to plan out this big complicated vacation where you have this whole itinerary and places you're gonna go and stuff that you're gonna do. I'm just kind of like, it's too much effort. I don't know. At this point, the likelihood of me getting to watching any of JoJo is probably only slightly better than One Piece. There's so much that I want to watch. There's so many things. I still need to get over and catch up on Universal Century Gundam. I want to watch the new show, but I want to go back and watch a bunch of the classic stuff first. And finally get around to watching Unicorn. I saw right before the stream, I don't get how Hello Games does this. I am constantly confused by this developer. I am flummoxed. I am flabbergasted. In a good way. So I feel like they just recently released an update for No Man's Sky. And then they dropped another one. They were like, hey, we added city management. So now you can like build out towns. I think there was a form of settlement management before, but it wasn't very robust. It was just kind of there. It was just kind of a thing that you could do if you really wanted to. And they've added a much more complete version of that where you can like construct buildings and arrange them and choose their purposes and whatnot. A lot more like a proper city manager. And you have like residents that you can sort of put on different tasks and whatnot. And then as your settlement grows and becomes more prosperous, it affects the economy of the system. I'm just like, what the fuck are you guys doing? How are you doing all of this? It amazes me. I find it very incredible. I wish I liked No Man's Sky more than I do. I've tried playing it a few times and I always kind of fall off of it. I keep looking at these updates with new features, new functionality. I'm like, maybe this will be the right combination of things. It'll be like, oh, this is the particular niche of the game that I want to play. This is gonna be fun. Maybe. I do wanna, I feel like I'll probably end up giving it a try again at some point. And maybe, I know a couple of my friends have been playing V-Rising and really like that. Maybe they would like No Man's Sky. I feel like they tried it at one point, but maybe, I don't know. Maybe putting something together as a group would be fun. Maybe they'd really get on board with that. I'll bring it up with them at some point. At least you can run it in VR. Oh my god. I feel like that's a very different experience because I always play it in normal, which is just, you know, over the shoulder. I'm like, that's fine. I do feel like it would be a very different experience to actually like look around and walk around in it. That does seem like it would be fun. I do think there's a lot of benefit. So, you know, let's not pretend that the release of No Man's Sky was good, right? It was notoriously not. But I do think there is a lot of benefit to getting a game out in a fundamental way, right? Like, here is a core gameplay loop, and you know, maybe here are things that we want to add to the game, but here's what you can do right now, and here are things that we are working on adding in the future, right? Like Star Citizen? Yeah, that's kind of where I'm going with it. I mean, Star Citizen, I think, is honestly getting into a much better place, right? I feel like it's been very good this year, and the rate that they've been getting stuff added into the game and sort of keeping it steady as they do that has been very impressive. But the game continues to sort of crawl its way towards a version 1. And it's like they've just struggled to get it to a point where it is launch ready. I really feel like potentially if they had focused on, you know, a few more of the core elements of the game and really pushed in that direction and then built out from there. I mean, one, I think the game would already be out, but two, I feel like it would be just it would just feel more coherent. I feel like right now it doesn't feel done. It feels like everything is still kind of made out of cardboard. Let's see. I was talking with my roommate very briefly yesterday about the State of Play. I didn't watch it myself. I don't know. A lot of these like showcase events, I find it's just more comfortable to sort of wait and then catch the after action report. Watching the streams themselves, watching the events, a lot of times there's just too much chaff. There's too much that either I just don't really care about, or there's a lot of like pomp and circumstance. I'm just like, tell me the announcements. Tell me the interesting things. So yeah, the big talk that everyone has been sort of going very excited over is the new Marvel fighting game by Arxis, which I don't think was on anybody's bingo card. That's neat. I think there's a lot of really interesting potential there. need to know a bit more about it in terms of like how exactly it's gonna play, but it's cool. I think there's something really fun that could happen there. I think the big surprise is that it wasn't a Capcom game, right? It's always been Marvel versus Capcom, and now we just get like a standalone Marvel fighting game by a different dev, which is strange, but we'll roll with it. Let's see. New version of the strategy role-playing game Final Fantasy Tactics: The Evilise Chronicles. So yeah, basically just a remaster of that, which sounds neat. I've never actually played a tactics game. I think I tried playing a little bit of Tactics Advance. I didn't get very far with it. New Luminous. First revealed in 2020 alongside the PS5. Pragmata. Due out next year. I have no recollection of Pragmata being announced originally. So, I don't know. Good for them that it's not dead, I guess. Honestly, I almost feel like they could have just pretended that this was the first announcement of it. Somebody would have dug it up, but they could have just been like, hey, look at this new game. Neo 3, Mortal Kombat Collection, Silent Hill F. We'll see if that's any good. Some new stuff on Metal Gear Solid Delta, Bloodstained. Romeo is Dead Man. Sea of Remnants. Yeah, I'm gonna go through and watch a couple of these trailers just because there's some potentially really interesting stuff in here. Oh shit! Wait, no, hang on. Sword of the Sea got a release date. Oh, holy shit. That's actually really exciting news. It's due out at the end of the summer. It's due mid-August. So, that's gonna get bumped right to the top of the schedule. Like, we will pause whatever game we are playing when Sword of the Sea comes out, because that is gonna be priority 0. Oh, that's really cool. Oh. Paper folding action game Hirogami. That could be cool. Okay. Yeah, that's actually a really big deal for me. I'm really excited by Sword of the Sea, so I think we'll keep an eye on that. But I'm super glad because I checked in periodically just to be like, this game is still going, right? And there was like nothing. There was no chatter about it. There were no updates. It's just kind of sitting there, and it's like, it's alive. So that's cool. That's actually a really big deal for me. Okay, but that's August. And for today, so I was deciding between the demo for Fellowship and the demo for Void Sales, and apparently Void Sales has already released. It's not getting amazing reviews on Steam, unfortunately. A lot of the sort of discussion of it is just that it's very bare bones. Like, it's an interesting concept, but there's not enough there to it, which is kind of disappointing. I get it, because apparently it's just an indie team of like 3 people, so that, you know, it's not gonna be like a 50-hour game or whatever, but it seems like even with that sort of allowance, it's a little light on well, a lot. So, I don't know. We might try it later, but I figure what we will do today for our demos, and frankly, I thought I had downloaded more demos. I thought we were going to have like a full-on demo block, and I only have a couple. We might play Mutationum, but I figured what we would do today is try out the demo for Fellowship. No licenses. Okay. Um, I didn't realize the demo had a fucking expiration date. So that sucks. Okay, well the demo block might be off the table after all. That's unfortunate. Whoops. What do we want to do then? We might just jump in and play a couple rounds of Hades, like 1 or 2 rounds of Hades, and then switch straight over to the art time. Because we do want to work more on Artemis Commission. I think that's the most straightforward thing to do. There are a number of games that I want to get to. I want to play Prince of Persia. I don't know if that's going to be... I think it's going to be a long enough game. But I want to get to Horizon first. And Horizon's going to be a pretty long game. That wouldn't be the kind of thing that we just play for like a week or 2 and then we get into Horizon. So I'm just kind of going through the library, double checking. I really need to make a freaking list out of this. What else was there? Oh, the Riven remaster. Also released, I think. I gotta check on that. I don't own it, so that would also be a later thing, but I definitely want to play it. What else do we have? Yeah. Okay. That does suck about Fellowship, though. I wanted to try it out, but it's like, no. It said no. So, fine. Okay. Yeah, why don't we just play a little bit of Hades today, and then we'll work on Artemis Commission. And if we're... So, the plan for the end of stream... I know, getting ahead of myself, but the plan for the end of stream... Ivy is participating in a charity event for the American Heart Association, so she's going to be playing Monster Hunter tonight to help raise money for the association. So we're going to be raiding her after we're done, and I thought about participating, but we have the commission to work on, and it was a little too last minute, so I'm gonna make a note of it for next year and see if we can get in on that next time. Yes. It was just a little bit of me not being prepared, not being ready for it. It's okay, it happens. But yeah, if we get to the end of the stream, and we're like at a good sort of stopping point on the artwork and we still got a little bit of time, maybe we'll pop open Monster Hunter and just play a little bit of it ourselves. But yeah, why don't we just we're gonna do our weekly dose of Hades, and then we'll jump over and do some art time. I am enjoying Hades. It feels like it is taking a while, right? It's taken quite a bit to see it finished. There you are. Is the audio coming through on that? Yes. Yes? No. You guys can't. Oh, because I muted it. Did that work? There we go. Okay, let me just double check over here that everything's working the way that it's supposed to. Yeah, that looks good. I also need to get my big dumb butt out of the way. Jump back here. There we go. Alright. Unfortunately, so I did change the sort of, not compression, but the calculation rate on OBS, so hopefully it would pick up better, right? Sort of what's supposed to be going on. Alright, I want to check one more thing just to make sure everything is working the way it is supposed to. Sorry, 1 second. Okay, that looks good. Okay.
Skelly.
So let's check our affection levels with the Olympians. So Zeus is at 2, 2, 2, 2, 5, 2, 2, 3, and 3. Okay, so yeah, each of these needs to be 7. And then Hermes is 8, and I believe Demeter is 6. Is there anybody that we need to talk with? No. Right, because Nyx wasn't here tonight. We definitely need to have words with her next time. Alright, I think we'll start out with the sword, get some extra darkness gems going. Goodbye. Do we want to do anything here? No, I think we'll just go for it.
Well, time to go get killed again.
Alright. I've got enough nectars I should be able to give one to everybody.
Lord Ares, please accept this token of my deep appreciation for your generous support.
An offering? For me? Indeed. How gracious that you keep me in your thoughts. Know that likewise I keep you in mine.
Aww. Kinship.
I know that you have many aspirations, my good kin. To be plain with you about my own motive for a moment. As long as you continue bringing swift and steady death, you shall have my unyielding support.
Attack inflicts doom. Cast sends a blade rift. Let's do blade rift dash. Damn.
Am I interrupting something?
Goodbye. Well, shit.
Didn't think so.
There we go.
Where to?
Alright, let's go say hi to Zeus. I was playing a little bit of Star Citizen before the stream, actually. It was neat. I don't know, like I said, I feel like the game is getting into a much better place where it feels more complete as an experience.
Lord Zeus, I
You know, able to do pretty stable game loops. I found some neat new armor that I've been hoping to get for a while, so that was exciting to see.
Good of you to make attempts at reciprocity.
Attempts? Fuck you, Zeus.
Nephew, I hear tell your mother Nyx is quite the catch.
Yo!
Forgive my saying so, of course.
I don't!
Father never had much of a sensibility around companionship, though perhaps this concubine of his brought something out in him at last.
What the fuck, uncle?
The might of the heavens.
Dude! I mean, I expect nothing else from Zeus, but still, holy shit. Really?
Good enough.
Go. Come on. If you're gonna waste my time with shit rooms, at least give me nectar for it. Okay, let's see. Athena or Dionysus? Athena. Ow. Well, that one's my fault. Alright, down to 2.
Although it's insufficient thanks for all the aid you've given me.
You are most gracious, cousin, to extend this offering. You honor me. Yet I would ask you think of your well-being for the time, not mine.
There you go. Oh, right, I need to actually take it too.
Remain relentless in your effort to escape, dear cousin. In spite of all our differences, perseverance is a quality we all possess.
That's a word for it. Your call makes you impervious after you take damage. Damage foes and deflect. Yeah, go ahead and give me the revenge damage. It's too early to spend rerolls.
Do not presume
Oh.
to escape my notice.
Right, the trap pad.
Think you got me, do you?
Come on.
Nearly made it.
Almost there. Just need to stop the freaking lasers. There we go.
Fine, go then.
Thank you. Alright, Ares or shop? Let's go ahead and get some health back.
You're not going anywhere.
No, are you sure about that?
I should not be the
Thank
supervisor
you.
here.
That's that.
Oh, and a nectar. That's exactly what I needed. Thank you. Okay, so we're not done yet. Oh, well, there we go.
Should help keep me going.
All right, then let's go make that spend of hard-earned coin well worth your while. What do you think, cuz?
Specials faster. Ooh, 13 gold, thank you. Special inflicts doom. After using Stubborn Defiance, deal more damage. Sure. That sounds pretty good. We can work with that.
More brimstones.
Easy. Oh, fish. There's fish. Really? Really?
Always time to fish.
Zag, where are you pointing the rod? Oh, just a knucklehead. Just a little knucklehead. Let's see. Money. Money. Zap! Wow, that was really easy. This is what I get for not putting on any pact of punishment.
I hear something.
I have returned. Don't know much.
Well then let's stop talking and get to it, shall we?
He's not kidding.
You're already dead.
Really? Mine. Four to 33.
You beat me once again.
Yeah, no shit. We'll go for the centaur heart. Save a little money. Come on, Tisiphone.
Sister coming up.
Come on, Tisiphone. Damn it.
You again.
Good. How many times is it going to take, Red Blood? How many? Tell me, how can you stand running into me like this over and over?
I mean, you could just stop.
Well, habits can be hard to break. As for how many times, I've really no idea. Though I guess there's one way to find out.
Ooh.
I'll give you one thing. I like it when my prey bites back. Come on, let's see some blood again.
Zap! Oh, they're slow. That's fun.
She's getting angry.
Yeah, a little bit. She seems upset. Oh, goodbye.
See you later. Duck first.
Till next time, I guess. I wish we would get to Stephanie more. I feel like we're actually starting to build a rapport. She's really starting to understand me, you know?
Are you suitably warmed up for Asphodel?
Nowhere to go but up.
Her other's the You mean Meg?
This heat.
And she's certainly the least monstrous, shall we say. Hello? Fool! Oh, he missed. I missed. Ow! Bitch! You're not going anywhere. I can fix her. I don't think you can. I don't think it works that way. Out hot. Oh, that was really easy. I think we'll risk the Chaos Gate. I think we will risk the Chaos Gate. What do we got? Hephaestus Hammer and... Ooh, okay, interesting, but no.
Might as well.
Ow.
The heart of the underworld.
There we go.
Swift hurries urge you on, I see, O son of Hades. Beware the narrow distance between hastiness and swiftness. A distinction I am not so sure the god of travel fully understands.
That's good advice. That's wisdom right there. Increase back. I mean, she fixes me. That is... Alright, well, you know what? I'm sure she would be into that too. Yeah, let's do this. Okay, so no specials for a while. Oh, this might have been a really bad time to lose my special. Is it Witch's Coven? It's fucking Witch's Coven. God damn it. Get over here. Two. Dodge.
That's something.
That wasn't bad. I chose violence, I noticed.
Lord Dionysus, mate, you have made the mood down here materially less miserable, and I am much obliged.
What is that from me? Why, Sag, I mean, you really shouldn't have. You know I can't get enough of this stuff, right?
Can Dionysus get enough of anything? Is that possible?
I mean, sometimes I think the stuff is plentiful up here, but you are positively swimming in it, man.
Attack inflicts hangover, take less damage. Health recovery. Let's do the
To my health.
barrier. Ooh, a nectar. Perfect. Just what I'm looking for. Ah, shit, right. That's still up. Go ahead and eat that. Hi! Die. More? More. Where'd he go? There he is. Ow, fucker! Alright, that wasn't so bad.
I'll take it.
Let's see, we already got the Gyro for the round. Alright, so what do we got? Hermes, hammer, or pomegranate? I choose the hammer. Hammer! There you go. Hello? Anyone else? There you are.
Come meet my blade.
My blade. Alright.
You learned your lesson.
Oh, jeez, there's more. Fastball. Ow! Special hits twice no longer knocks foes away, wider area, and does more damage. Your attack restores 2% 2 per hit, but you have less health. Let's do this one. I think that works.
Prestigious.
Wait, there's a fish. Where's the fish? There it is. Oh, and there was another Yuta. Boy, that's just lovely. What about second lunch? There you go.
Got one. Victory.
What a little cutie. Alright. No, Hermes. This might be the end of Asphodel. Yep. It sure was. Do we still have the chaos? We still have chaos on us. Motherfucker. It was early enough I figured it would be gone by the time we hit Lerny.
After you close with Orpheus down there, you get the chance, you tell him I said hey. He's pretty decent with that lyre of his last time I checked.
Well, this is gonna be a bit harder.
The haste of Hermes.
We'll figure it out. We'll work with it. It'll be okay.
I'm back, Lenny, to kill you once again.
Alright. Phase 1. Alright, one head down. There we go. Alright, that's phase, that's ads. And phase 2. Come on, there we go. Ow. Come on. Get out of the corner. What are you doing over there? Ow. Little bastard was waiting. He fired point blank. Goodbye, Lenny.
No more heads.
There we go.
Darkness.
And we save the sandwich for the end. Because that's what heroes do. Sorry, I went for a sip of coffee and made a mess. How's your week going, chat? How are y'all? How's Thursday treating you? Are you out of touch? Alright, what do we got? Money? No, we've got so much money. I'm just gonna take the pomegranate. Give me 1 second.
Power of a
Crystal Inflex of Doom. Blade Rift. Let's do the Doom damage. That sounds good. Alright. Everybody take a sippy moment. We'll go for the hammer.
Fight me.
There we go. Wait, stop that, you! You're breaking the law! Oh, he evaporated. That was incredibly violent. Shut up. I'm sorry, you did what? You thought that was okay. You thought that was okay to just shoot me. You are incorrect. And also very rude. Attack deals 200%. Your attack deals bonus damage based on your mun.
Modified.
There we go. More pomegranates. Wait, did I eat the sandwich already? I don't remember. Oh, there it is. I've got so much money. Goodbye. 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 Ow, you did what? You little shit. Ow. Why am I bad at this game?
The power of the gods.
Let's see. Why is it the same shit over and over again? Stop it.
Juicy.
Juicy. Alright, Athena or Ares? Let's go Athena. Die! Die when I tell you.
More souls for Stygius.
Uh-oh. Ow. No, stop.
In the name of Hades.
Attack is stronger and can deflect. When you deflect, it deals more damage. Resist damage from traps. I guess we'll do this. Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. No, I'm not doing any more chaos. Stop it. Whatever, this is fine. It's probably going to be an Asterius fight, right? Oh, nope. Will you stop that? Excuse you! You think that's funny? You think that's funny? You think that's really cute? You doing a little giggle, a little haha, a little hee hee? Fuck you!
Flies.
Your blade rifts extend, last longer, and pull falls in. Yes. Admittedly, I don't have a lot of blade rifts, but still. It's the idea. It's the thought that counts. Oh god damn it, I hate it here. At least the blade rifts are cleaning him up decently. Why are there more? Stop it. I hate you. Ow, ow, ow. Stop, stop. Goodbye, idiot.
Power of Olympus.
Stronger. Cast. I've been using the cast a lot this round. It's proven pretty effective. I'm gonna take house gems because I'm pretty sure we can trade house gems for something to get more nectars.
Who else?
No, he's not. I still don't have a call, actually. That's weird.
Gemstones.
I'm running low on health. Could really use a fountain or something.
That's better.
I mean, I'll take a sandwich, it helps, but it's not a lot to work with here. Patroclus? Patroclus! Has anybody seen the Moody Boy? Huh, apparently, do the chariots get treated like projectiles? They seem slowed down. Interesting. That's a weird little quirk of the behavior. Let's see. I think that should be it for Elysium. There we go. Alright, so we can pick up Dionysus. Oh. I really need the nectars though.
Feast. Delicious.
Attack is stronger, sure. And we should be fine. Alright, thanks, Karen. Nice guy. Nice guy, Karen.
You'll have to excuse the champion there, short one. He hasn't been himself. He'll still fight you to the death, I'm sure.
What's going on? What's wrong, Achilles?
That's good, because you had me worried for a
Or
moment
Theseus,
there.
rather.
Hey, maybe I can knock some sense back into him. What do you think?
I'm not so sure. I've tried. But I know better than to underestimate you.
Oh my god, is he? He actually didn't say anything. can do it. Yeah, come at. I know you want it. I still don't have a call. I should probably pick one up soon. Just, you know, kind of thinking out loud.
Asterius! You're next, King.
Oh, so you do remember how to talk. Admittedly, I do not have a wonderful kit for dealing with him. Shit! I got deceived. Backstab, backstab! Ow. Ow. Come on! Almost there, almost there. Goodbye. Whew!
That ought to make Theseus shut it for a bit.
Yeah, like
Hope you
10,
enjoyed the
15
show, Michael
minutes.
Shade.
Thank you, chat. It was a bit of a rough fight, but I had you there. I had you there to keep me going. Yeah, maybe I should have picked up that fountain reward.
I'm almost out of here.
That's okay. That's okay. We'll be fine.
What's with the air up here?
Wait a minute. Come on, game. Work with me here. Alright, what do we got? Ooh, lots of fancies, lots of shinies. Wait, it's all pomegranates. This is a weird run. I never see that. Huh. Alright, well, it's fine. It's fine, we can make that work. Shut up! Alright, back over 200. There we go. Alright. What do you think? Are we gonna get the tiny rodent?
That's
Nope.
the most gigantic vermin I've ever
The
seen.
literal opposite. It's big vermin time. Oh, weird. Is he slowed down too? hate these things. Oh, he's dead. Oh, he's extremely dead. You little shit.
In the name of Hades.
There you go. Call inflicts hangover. Just using fountain. Go ahead and give me the call just because I want to have something to work with. And hangover is not, it's not terrible. It's not great, but it has come in clutch in the past. So I'll take it. Bye. No, I don't want to sell anything, and it's too early to buy a healing item. There you go. Though, do you have one? You do. No, too early. Too early. Oh, good. Get out of here. Get out of here. You ugly, gross dude. Just disgusting. Just the worst. There you go. There it is. Mm-hmm. Wait, I heard a fish. I heard a fish. Could have sworn I heard a fish. Where'd it go? Hello? Am I crazy? Am I stupid? Yeah, I guess I'm stupid. Never mind. Alright, who's next? Aries. Goodbye. I didn't say you could spit. Doom them down. Nice. Very clean. That's what he's terrible. Nice job shooting into the pillar, idiot.
Not yet.
Oh, I'm poisoned. I'm poisoned.
Need a cure.
Goodbye.
Hello, Lord Ares.
Using Stubborn Defies, your Doom deals more damage when applied multiple times after slaying a foe. Yeah, give me that. Because doing the special automatically does double Doom, so that's a nice little perk up. Alright, and then we're gonna do the pomegranate. We'll save the money for last. Triple kill. Could you? You are so disgusting. You know that? Do you know that? Are you aware of how utterly disgusting you are as a creature?
Yum.
Terrible.
You're nothing.
There you go. Okay, so we're up to 18. The worst you could say is no. Not true, as it turns out.
Not now.
Shit. Why are there more? Why are there more? Why are there more? Don't stay off the pad, stay off the pad. There's so many of them. Whose freaking birthday is it all these rats showing up?
The power of the gods.
Yeah, give me that.
Better blessing.
That seems pretty good. Damn it. Alright, well, so the good news is we've managed to save the fountain for the last time.
A moment's
And
rest.
there's the fish. Oh, look at that. That's wonderful. That's excellent news.
Come on up.
Oh, it's just a little scuffer. And we have more than enough money to buy everything in the shop, so this will be good. We don't have a ton of boons, but we'll be able to make them very strong. Goodbye. Cool.
That was 5 seconds, right?
No, no, no! I said no! Prick. No means no! And there it is.
A satyr sack for my boy Cerberus.
Alright, full health. We'll have 350 total health. We have 2,300 gold. So we'll buy that.
Always a pleasure, Charon.
And then we'll buy this one.
Gods grant me strength.
Sure, give me that.
Powered up.
And then you. Let's do cast damage. What does this do? After you dash, specialist faster, dash more times in a row. Ooh, I like that. The worst you could say is no.
I'll take this one.
Let's see. Attack is stronger and can deflect, take less damage. Sure, give me that. And then we still have enough to buy the diamond. Pleasure doing business, Karen.
Has the prince again
Thank you for the
persuaded
clip, by the way.
Cerberus to get out of his way.
I can go.
Alright. It sure did. It sure did show it. Hang on 1 second. I'm noticing my model's lagging a little bit. Can I pause? Yes. Model's lagging a tick. I might just need to turn the environment. The environment lighting is definitely not helping. So we'll turn that off. Let me just double check if there's anything else that's causing slowdown. I guess no, it's still slow. Where are you? Where are you running into trouble? I'm sorry. 1 second. I'm just trying to figure this out. I guess we'll go ahead and close that. That might help a teeny bit. All right. Keep an eye on, see what it looks like.
Been waiting long?
I've other work to get to. Arm yourself and let us end this quickly, boy.
Aw, you don't want to savor it? You don't want to draw it out, really? Enjoy the moment? Typical. Out. Really? Fuck you. The point blank bullshit. Have you ever? Oh, many, many, many times. God damn it! They wouldn't know it by how I'm eating all these skulls. Can I even reach that one? I don't think I can. So we're just gonna go over here. Uh-oh, that one's gonna blow up.
Where are you?
I can't hit it. That's super weird. I suppose Hades isn't much of a fan of parties. Hello? All right. Easy round one. I do. Ow! Fuck you. There it is. Ow. Oh, someone's upset. Uh-oh. Ow, fuck me. Sounds like someone's getting a little grumpy. Someone's getting a little frustrated, maybe a little tilted. Wow, I'm actually running low on health. Not as much as he is, though. Goodbye.
I shall keep coming back. The same as you.
I know.
I cannot remain.
I'll see you at home. By my father's name.
That was a weird build. That was a weird run. But I think it kind of speaks to the game that even when you have weird builds where things aren't, like, ideally synergizing, you can still make it work.
Amid the wondrous, ever-springing garden of Persephone, Prince Zagreus discovers a greenish plant of some sort, supple-skinned and covered all in spines. A bit too small to see, until it is too late.
Oh no. Somehow managed to dome him in the head. Unfortunate.
That's Orpheus is singing.
Wait, what? Orpheus? Orpheus.
Hey, you look like you could use some sleep.
Shut up. Oh no, he made a ballad about me. Orpheus? Orpheus, what are you doing? Oh no. Oh no. Orpheus. Orpheus, stop.
Sorry to interrupt, it's just I couldn't help but notice that new ballad that you're playing.
Yeah?
Technically, why not consider it a hymn, my friend? In honor of your numerous travails, prior to your current set of circumstances, which must pale in comparison to all the rigors you've endured to date.
The thing is, none of the information in your hymn is accurate. It's nonsense. I was just kidding with you, mate. I tried to make that clear. You get so lively when I tell you my tall tales, you know? You're not angry with me, are you?
Oh no.
Heavens no, my friend. Your humility is matched only by your perseverance in the face of adversity. Your great deeds live on forever, much like you.
Orpheus. Orpheus, no.
Cheers.
Oh no.
Saw your new pact of punishment out in the courtyard, Father. Impressed that you could find a parchment large enough to fit all the unpleasant stipulations. So you're taking even harsher measures to contain me?
Whether you consent to the terms of the pact is entirely up to you, boy. But in all your comings and goings, it is important that we have full knowledge of which property is being carried from the premises.
Biggest bureaucracy in all the planes above and below.
You're such a good boy, aren't you, Cerberus? Yes, you are. Guarded the place while I was out, and even let my son come visit me.
The ever-vigilant and terrifying Cerberus merely accepts the praise.
He is the best boy. Let's see, Achilles isn't here. Thanatos is.
Nyx, let her go, Than. Dusa, I mean, she's gone. What do I do?
If I were you, I would start getting over it as soon as possible. But I don't see you doing that.
No.
Just remember, maybe this isn't about you. Deuce's job may have been far too much for her. Mother Nyx is strict, but she is fair.
And she should give Dusa another chance. As Meg heard, she'll be furious.
That is her
There
job.
will be no such thing. Some of us don't default to questioning every decision from our superiors.
Maybe you should.
I don't think there's
me.
No, nothing in here. I'm gonna go have a word with Nyx.
Poke.
Poke indeed. Except Nyx isn't here. God damn it. Well, Megara is here, so we can find out what she thinks of all this.
Damn you, Zagreus. She was my friend, and
she's gone.
Oh, so it's my fault.
Who, you mean Dusa? Like I had anything to do with that. It's Nyx you should be cross with, not me.
I don't think so. Nyx warned you. Ugh, you know I can't go to her myself about this, so fix it.
I fully intend to.
Do what you will with these, my good chef.
No one's gonna come between us and Best Girl. Okay, so I can trade house gems for a key.
It's a deal.
Which will last by another nectar. And we're back up to 5. Orpheus. Unlocks the final rank of extreme measures. I think I'm okay. I think I'm okay with that. An Aphrodite wall scroll. Chat, do we do it? Chat, do we do it? Do we go full down bad and get the Aphrodite wall scroll? Damn it. Alright.
Here's the key. Hey, they're my bedchambers. I can have whatever wall scrolls I want.
If that is how you wish to spend your wealth.
Why the fuck shouldn't I? Contains a variety of frankly unplayable games.
Here you go. They say that only Heracles himself can lift these things. I'll take them then.
You think you have the necessary strength?
Well, we're gonna find out. Orpheus, please stop.
Some new decor.
Oh my. It's actually a very nice... It's a very nice painting.
The visage of the goddess Aphrodite now adorns the prince's bedchambers, perhaps to provide consolation after when next he dies.
Aphrodite herself. Wonder if I could get this signed.
Ooh.
A massive set of weights positioned carefully in line of sight of any visitors shall doubtless make them think the prince is stronger and in better shape than in reality.
Hey babe, you see my weights over there? Yeah, they're pretty easy.
I get lots of exercise, okay?
You gotta swing that sword and shield around. It's a lot of work.
Not even going to try.
Oh, come on. I'm sure you can do it. Zag. Zag, come on, my man. It's not so bad. Alright, what's a weapon for today? Aegis? Aegis. Yes, the Goon Cave is complete. We have the party bro, the hot lady, the guitar, and the weights. The bro cave is maximized. He even has a mirror to stare at himself in. Ooh, Demeter.
Your power and your wisdom have been of such help, good Lady Demeter. I'm honored, and this is the least I can do in exchange.
I was quite certain that the youth today was lacking any sort of tactfulness, young Zagreus. For once, I'm thankful to be proven wrong. Motherhood's a curse, young Zagreus. Be thankful you're immune. You sprang from Nyx herself, or so I hear. I sprang from Thea, whoever she was. And I once bore a child, too. Long gone. Her mother's work. Isn't it such a waste?
Damn. Special stronger influx chill. Sure, we'll go ahead and take that for now. Ooh, Chaos Gate right off the bat. There it is.
Please tell me how my power over all existence may be of small assistance to you this time, son of Hades.
Let's see. Extra damage. Extra cast damage. Extra special damage. Perfect. Beautiful. Love it. Ship it. Oh. Okay, I guess we'll go for the key.
A surprise. Another key.
Beautiful. Nectar, nectar. Nectar! Hello? Hello? Really, guys? You're gonna come at me one at a time like this? What are you, extras in an action movie? This is why you're a bunch of numbskulls, you know that? Thank you. Ooh, speaking of, we can ask about the poster! Oh, this is excellent. Excellent timing. Joyous day. Oh, I didn't need to do that. Whoopsie!
My chaos, but Lady Aphrodite, I'm afraid there really isn't much here worthy of you, but perhaps this can suffice.
My, but if this isn't such a treasure to behold, and I accept it as a sign of your affection, of something even more, perhaps?
Oh my. Ask about the poster.
Will old Demeter get all the way to you before I did? She stubbornly refuses me when I offer to help, unlike you, little godling.
Damn it, we didn't get to ask about the poster. Is this some damage from nearby foes' attacks? I'm gonna go with this because there could be, there's that opportunity, right, that weakened targets take more damage.
What else?
Holy shit.
Much better.
Well, that was nothing. Holy shit, the special is so strong. Oh, it's a frickin' Beyblade. It's just a Beyblade of instant death. Hello? There you are. Suffer. Easy. Oh, more Demeter. Die.
Hey, lads.
Holy shit. Ooh, Winter Vortex. Applying 10 sacks of chill causes a blast, clearing the effect. I'm gonna go with the beam for now, which is admittedly kind of the weakest of the three offerings, but there's a real potential there. I kind of want to see what else we can get out of it. If we can start to get a few like interesting activations, Like if we can get the weak effect, if we can get the chill blast. I just kind of want to see like how things are leaning in favor of one activation or another before we start going harder for those. That said, we're not getting a ton of booms, which I suppose is kind of my fault. I did turn that mirror effect off, right? Little shit. Oh, come on. Yeah, I feel like I have slight regrets of my choices. Very slight. Poor guy's just stuck over there like, what the fuck do I do now?
Come forth, fishes.
Double chaos.
If I win this round, fish. That's a relief.
This is gonna hurt. Ow! There we go. Chaos sandwich.
In the name of Hades.
Rewards are hidden. Extra cast. Or increased damage. I like this one. Ooh, and a shop. Which means we should be done with
Kieran's shop.
Yeah, there we go. Alright. And yeah, we got just enough for both of these. After blocking a foe, Dash Strike deals more damage, Bull Rush deals extra damage to armor. I like that.
Perfect.
Oh shoot, I didn't give him a nectar. That's alright. And then let's just do increased damage overall. There it is. Beautiful. Alright, thanks, Karen. Come on, Tisiphone. Tisiphone, Tisiphone, Tisiphone. Damn it!
The fates must want to spill your blood as much as I do.
Yeah, it seems that way, doesn't it? Oh right, I don't have the Chaos Boon yet. That looked like it hurt. Tick, 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 tick. We're actually having like a Beyblade match. Oh, she's dead. Oh, I think she might have actually stepped on a trap.
She won't like this.
You gotta be careful about those, Electo. You gotta be careful, otherwise you're gonna get your foot skewered. Die horribly. Definitely never done it myself. But you know, I've heard about it. Let's see, any gold pots? Damn it, fucking darkness gems. I might switch it back. I might switch the boon back on. As I wanted increased... I wanted increased chance of, like, picking up nectars, but it hasn't really been happening anyway. Are you done? Three more fights. God damn it. Alright, whatever. Give me Hermes. Oh, we can actually give nectar to Hermes too. We got 3 left, so that'll work. Come on. Oh, so close. Oh, hi, boys. Get in the fire, get in the fire, get in the fire, get in the fire.
He's back. Ever since we met, Lord Hermes, life here in the underworld has been much faster paced, and I am ever grateful. This is for you.
Hey boss, I appreciate the tip, but just as a reminder, all my services are paid in full already. No need for special thanks. Though...
By who? I wonder.
You ever wonder how I got this fast, cuz? Lots of practicing, I'll tell you that. And being born unnaturally quick, I guess.
Could you imagine Hermes starting like motivational YouTube shorts like, I can do it, you can do it too. It's like, no. No, that's not how that works, Hermes. You were born a god.
Easy does it.
This is gonna hurt.
One or the other.
I'm positively moved.
Deals more damage. Any chamber rewards? Weak effects have a longer duration. I'm gonna get life affirmation. We're a little behind on it, so I would like to pick up some centaur hearts.
Of our past companionship, my king. In war, one must take sides, and you had best choose mine.
Oh, you don't care as long as somebody dies. Don't pretend like this is some personal slight. Get in the fire, get in the fire, get in the fire, get in the fire. Ow. There sure are a lot of dudes out here. Get in the fire, get in the fire. There we go.
It is not often I attempt to kill someone and they survive. Bravo. Our score is settled up for now, so let us carry on as friends.
Sure, friendship. Why not? After using Separate Defiance, deal more damage. Revenge Doom. Or Blade Rift on... sure, Revenge Doom. Why not? Oh, and then we can pick up either one of them again. I really want to see if I can lean into Aphrodite and get the weakness full activation.
Break it up, witches.
There we go. That's 2 down. And there goes number 3. And number 4. That looked extremely painful. Oh wait, that's Dionysus. I thought it was Aphrodite. Fuck, I'm stupid.
Lord Dionysus, mate. You must have no shortage of supreme vintage at your disposal, but this one's from me.
Why, Zach, how positively thoughtful, man. I mean, I love it. Positively love this stuff. And I am very moved that you would think of me for it. You, man, must be mates with just about everybody down there by now, yeah? Doling out nectars left and right, just livening the place right up.
I don't know. I am killing a lot of people. You know? I'll take positive outlook for now. Good safety net.
Thanatos.
Death approaches. Figured you'd be up to have another of our little contests. Now let's go. Who dies first?
Looks like this guy. Goodbye. Get in the fire. Get in the fire. Get in the fire. Get in the fire. Yeah, you can have that one. That guy's an asshole. Alright. I mean, that was admittedly closer.
How does he...
Thanks, babe. Pomegranate or money? Let's go. Let's go money. I'm a little behind on funds. I like to always have about 300 in the bank. Hello.
Photo bombers.
How dare you jump away from me? Fuck you. Easy. And the fish.
What lurks in the river Phlegathon?
I like that my shield is just causing chaos back there.
Got a bite. Another crustacean.
Well, you can't take it with you, right? I think that's it for Asphodel, so let's head to the shop. Yep, there we go. What do we got? Ares.
I'll pay for that.
Call turns you into Impervious Blade Rift. I am the Beyblade. Sure, why not?
The will to fight.
Nah, I would. Sure, fuck it. Let's go.
Good enough to eat.
And then more net damage. Sounds good. Let's ride.
Why, Lerny, you are looking positively fabulous, I have to say.
Oh, did you change your horns? Goodbye. Whoop. It's my boy learning. But you know, I gotta say, learning never seems to learn.
Brought friends, have you?
Okay, this one. Two more heads. One more head. Just died off screen. Feels bad, man. Really? Oh, goodbye, Larny. That's unfortunate.
Got you.
No fish. Alright, and on to Elysium.
Get me out of here.
6 feet like that in a built-in hot tub, he can be dumb. That's true. That's true. Lerny has reached the opportunity to just sit and be dumb all day. Hammer or Ares? Let's go Ares. I think I forgot to give him a nectar. Idiot. You gonna do something there, buddy? Yeah, that's what I thought. Guys. Guys.
Lord Ares.
There we go.
Lord Ares, it is my privilege to have met you and have learned your death-inflicting way.
I do appreciate this gift to me, although you really shouldn't have. The suffering which you inflict is ample compensation in itself.
That's grody.
10,000 souls have fallen to you now, my hellborn.
Wait, seriously?
I am rather beside myself, I must admit. Fine work.
I wasn't even counting. Holy shit. Oh, let me plug in my phone really quick. Oh! Uh-oh. Are you okay? Are you backwards? I think the... Yep, it's backwards. Fucking USBs. There we go. Let's see. Doom effects take longer to activate. What do I even have that's inflicting doom? I think it's just when I take damage. Yeah. Sure, let's do blade rifts. Wait. What prophecy was that? I'm confused. We're gonna have to go check the list. Bite. That looked extremely painful. Oh, that's unfortunate. That's not great. You gonna do something? Honk. Oh well. They tried. Sorta. Kinda. There was a thought about an attempt, right? Oh, good. I hate these little fuckers. At least they die. My special is so strong they only last 2 hits. That was easy. Alright, looks like it's just Demeter. Yes. Don't tell her I said just Demeter. She'll take offense to that, I'm pretty sure. Is it Asterius? It is! Hello, Bullman!
Down or run you through. Your choice, short one.
I mean, you're more than welcome to try. Are you gonna do a thing? How? How do you hit me from there? You want to move? I guess he doesn't. I guess he was just kind of done with it. Which, you know, that's fine, I guess.
Lady Demeter.
We are down to 1 nectar left. Cast fires longer and inflicts chill. See, I want to get the blast, but we're not putting a lot of chill on without getting that, so that's what we got. Hello, sir.
You know, for such a loudmouth, obnoxious braggart, Theseus does seem to have formed a strong kinship with the Bull of Minos, hasn't he? Are they truly as inseparable as they seem? I feel bad for the bull.
Seriously.
Sometimes it's our differences that make us drawn to one another, no? And at other times, there's no accounting for taste. I often don't know which is which, and they can have each other, far as I'm concerned.
I don't know, I feel like Asterius deserves better.
Thanks for this.
Thank you, mate. Let's go hard. I don't feel like we're at the end of Elysium yet. Nope. You guys just went right back into the vortex. What is wrong with you? Freaking lemmings or something. Next. Get in the wall, get in the wall, get in the wall, get in the wall. Oh, that's a lot of dudes.
What now?
No. I did not say you could do that. There we go. Alright, so now we're up over 200. Which is sort of my safe zone for health. Okay, I do want to see if we can get that full activation on the chill effects. If we can get both of those going, I feel like that would be really good. Yes, after me. Let's play follow the leader. Ow. That was my fault. This is unfortunate. That's rough, buddy.
In the name of Hades.
Oh, perfect. And there we have it. Okay, let's go Daedalus Hammer. Shit! Ow. Rude. Extremely rude. And uncalled for. Alright. One down. Oh, there's a bunch. Oh, there's many now. Yeah, there you go. Into the Beyblade, into the blender. What do we got?
Mix up my style.
After your special hits, your next 2 attacks deal 80% damage. Alright, that's fun.
Done and done.
I feel like we can work with that. Aphrodite or... Okay, I'm pretty sure this is the end of Elysium now. Yeah, there we go.
Just what I need.
Your Doom effects deal more damage but take longer to activate. Your Blade Rift effects deal damage in a wider area. Your blade lasts longer and pulls foes in. Give me that. I like that.
Regards to Hermes. Gentlemen, I'm back.
Please fight with me again, Asterios. I mean, just like before. You must forgive me my indecency.
Oh my god, are they actually learning?
Blasted fiend. His lies and treachery right under my skin.
The bromance is rekindled.
Oh, my dear friend Asterios. See, of course, you're right. You're right. You're right. And I solemnly do swear to you indeed that I shall never again doubt our brotherhood, nor shall I ever listen to this fiend. Together, now and always.
Well, good for them, I guess.
Well, glad that's settled then.
I see you, fiend.
Oh, wait. Oh, shit! Oh! Oh, no. Oh, they learn new things. Oh my god, they're upgrading. They're learning. They're tag teaming.
Uncontrollably, you monster. But there's naught else you can do against my might.
That's actually really cool. Ow, fuck. Yeah, the only thing that would like make this more effective is if I can get the thing that does weakened enemies take increased damage. But I feel like the coming. Ow. Okay, there we go. I'm using my abilities. I'm aware. I'm cognizant. Here they go. Uh-oh. Let's go ahead and clear Asterius out of the board. Come on! Kill him, kill him, kill him, kill him. That's not working. Well, it got me out of the initial trouble. Oh, he ran clear. Yeah, just sit in the blender. Sit in the blender. Sit in the blender and think about what you've done.
What a loudmouth.
Got them again, my shade.
Thank you, chat. This one's for you. Well, at least their bromance is intact, so there's that, I guess.
Seems I had best prepare myself at this rate.
See you out there.
Oh, so close.
Good for them. Good for them, I guess. Why not? Sure. Fish? No fish. Alright, what do we got? We got an Aphrodite, a Dionysus, a heart, and a pomegranate. And then over here, we've got money, Hermes, Aphrodite. Okay, so we have 2 chances at getting the Aphrodite boom that we want. I'll take that. I like those odds. Not really. But we also have dice rolls, so if we really, really need to, we can kind of try and increase our odds that way. Bets, we are the bets. Brutal. And grody. You guys like lasers? I can do lasers.
That's better.
Nice. Oh no, it's this asshole. Ow, fucker. Yeah, stay there. Goodbye. Well, that hurt, but it wasn't too bad.
I accept this message.
Move faster. Recover health. After using call, gain dodge and movement speed for 10 seconds. Okay. Yeah, we'll do quick recovery. I don't often make use of it, but you never know. Fish! Fish! Where's the fish? 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 There's the fish! Ga-ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Goddesses want me. Spirit fish fear me. Next, we're gonna get the mun. Get in the corner, get in the corner, get in the corner. Shut up, stop. Get in the corner. Fuck.
Okay.
Ew. That was nasty. Stop it. There we go. Dude, could you not? Could you not? There you go. Stay in the blender. Stay in the blender. Damn it. There we go. The blender ran out of power. But I still... Are you kidding me? Artemis is like one of my favorite ones. I love getting the homing missile. Honestly, we just haven't seen Artemis of late. There you are. Well then, where are your boons? Show your boons! Shit, where's the thing? The thing! I hate these things. I hate the giant rat. It's just like the Princess Bride warned us about. There we go. Die. You little shit.
I bet Charon's going to want all this.
There you go. Alright, and I guess we inadvertently crushed the money pot while we were doing all that, which is fine. Okay, let's do Aphrodite. I mean, I wish. Goodbye. There we go. Beautiful. Love it. Perfect. Alright, we're making decent money. I've heard some people complaining about Aphrodite's appearance in Hades too is apparently not as hot, and I'm like, yo, you need to shut up. You need to shut up right now.
Nice.
Your cast crystal fires is being directly at you for 4 seconds. No. There's what I'm looking for. Sweet surrender. Admittedly, it's only 10%, but hopefully we can also upgrade it.
Bit of an aftertaste.
10% is not bad, but oh boy, oh, if I can get that to fire. No. Easy. Oh, big boys. Nope. I'm just hoping we can get a little bit more money, right? Bouncy, bouncy. There we go. Okay, he's done. Oh god, it's small rats for days. Oh, the not so small rats have showed up. What, are there more? There's some more. There we go. Just trying to dodge those lasers is half of that challenge. Blade Rift deals more damage for each consecutive hit. Ooh, I'll take that. Thank you. That's snazzy. Alright, one more. Don't. Just don't. I didn't say you could start shooting lasers either. Shut up. You're better off as a wall decoration. There we go. Nice, nice. Alright, so we'll probably have about 900 all told. There we go. Get in the blender. Maybe a little bit more than 900. Oh, good. There we go. Stay right there, right there. Perfect. Why did you go back into it, you fucking idiot? Well, goodbye. Yeah, just sit there. Just sit there. You're fine. That looked extremely painful. Cast fires longer and inflicts chill. Yeah, let's do this one. Just keep that benefit up and going. And we have one more pomegranate back at the shop. We'll see if we can get the full effect of that. Alright, so all the tunnels are done. Let's see what we can get from this.
Don't spend it all in one place, mate.
Reroll, come on. Damn it. Alright, well, let's get that extra damage on the call, I suppose. Your weak effects also have a 15% chance to charm foes. Alright, I'll take that. That's neat. Sure. I didn't realize I wouldn't have enough money to buy the heart as well. That kind of sucks, but it's alright. We got the nectar.
The prince compels the multi-headed hound to let him pass.
I think we'll be okay. Of course, now that I've said I think we'll be okay, I'm gonna get absolutely rolled because that's just how these things work, right? That's just how these things work. It is very funny to watch Hades get charmed and just kind of stop there and giggle like an idiot. Ooh, and a fish! Well, now we have to will.
Teeming with Poseidon's river denizens. That one there before me. It's been taunting me, I think, for quite some time.
Bruh.
You offering to take me fishing, Father? Sounds more pleasant than having you slaughter me again, or the other way around.
You mistook my meaning. First, you shall have my spear. Then that thing shall, if it has not yet come to its senses. Though if you vanquish me, I'm certain your uncle shall not mind if you extract it yourself.
I'll be sure to get the fish afterwards. Excuse me. Just gotta clear these out. There we go. Whoa, buddy! Slow down. These are gonna explode. I can't deal with the first one. Alright, hold still. I said hold still. God damn it. Ah, too late. Oh! I guess the laser took care of it.
Zagreus, how fared your plundering of my domain?
Oh no, not bad, honestly.
Losing your spirit, same as ever there.
Alright, we're just gonna play keep away. We're just gonna play keep away for a bit. Whoa boy. Alright, and now... Oh, and all the ads are dead. Look at that! Ain't that rotten convenient? Ow. Bonk, 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 bonk. Go. Bonk, bonk, bonk. Damn it! He keeps freaking getting out of my shield. I wish he would stop that. It's very rude, frankly. I just want him to sit in the blender. Why doesn't he understand that? What? Just stand in the blender like I asked you to. I don't feel like that's a big ask. Motherfucker! Right. No.
Got you.
Does it? Come on, do the laser, do the laser, do the laser. Come on. Good. Ow.
We got it, boy.
Yeah, you're right. Shouldn't have gotten hit by that. Man, it would be nice if I could actually hit this thing. Oh, these things are all over the place. Uh-oh. Oh shit! That was really close. Holy shit, that was so much damage. I am the Beyblade! Ready? Ah, there he goes.
Yeah, boy.
Come on, fire the laser. You know you want it. You know you want to fire your laser. Ow! Fuck! Come on. Oh, he's right there. Yes!
You think that you're the only one who shall keep fighting? I'll get you yet.
Not if I don't use those packs of punishment.
In my father's name.
Clubby! Hello, mage. Hello, hello, hello. That was a good run. We didn't quite get the full activation on the weakness that I might have liked, but it was still effective.
What lurks in the waters of the surface? There.
A trout. It sure is. Chef's gonna like that one.
As he explores the wonders of the world, Prince Zagreus discovers a quaint farm in which he carelessly trespasses, stepping on a farming tool which swoops up and strikes him in the forehead, fatally.
Seriously? Bonk. Bro just got raked.
Thank you everyone, you're too kind.
Nobody saw that. Cause of death, old age. Good for you, man.
They won't catch me sleeping on the job again.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
Everyone, look who it is.
Really? You gotta call me out like that?
It was my duty to prevent him from getting farther. If I succeeded, he never would have found you. So this once, I'm glad I failed. I hope you know that, my queen.
I hoped, but did not know for certain till I heard from you just now, Overseer Megara. And if I may, I understand you have achieved an awful lot since I took my, leave of absence from this house. I see why Nyx and Hades put their trust in you.
Thank you, my queen. Then if there's anything else that I can do to help you reacclimate yourself, I'm always at your service. You are most welcome here.
Likewise, you be sure to let me know if my son there happens to make more trouble for you than you welcome in your life. All right?
I'm pretty sure I already have.
As you say.
Pretty sure we are already well past that threshold.
I wanted to ask you more about Nyx and Chaos, sir. So they just drifted apart. I mean, why not just keep in touch? I don't understand. How hard is it just to say hello from time to time?
It can be harder than you know. For someone like Nyx, she was responsible for no small part of creation herself. As her relationship with Chaos grew more strained, she gave birth to strife, misery, doom.
Damn.
Sons and daughters you don't hear about too much.
Damn, Nyx got busy.
What, really? I've never heard Hypnos or Thanatos mention any of them, let alone Nyx. They sound like a handful. Where are they? What happened?
Well, it sounds like they're out and about.
I don't know, lad. On the surface, I suppose. My point is, Nyx had her own problems to contend with. Dealing with her brood, governing the underworld all on her own before your father arrived. Her relationship with Chaos suffered for it.
Yeah, I can see that.
Are we gonna try and help Nyx and Chaos mend their bonds? That sounds like a lot to try and do. Father.
Another satyr outbreak to look out for next you venture there.
Oh, good. I love the spit.
See you out there, Father.
And look who it fucking is. Yeah, I'm here. Where have you been?
What happened with Deuce and Nix? You really fired her because she talked to me. She was my friend.
She was removed for insubordination and repeated overextension and lack of proper judgment, child. Your affinity for her is the reason her removal was as amicable as it was.
Insubordination and repeated lack of what? She worked harder than anyone here to keep the house neat and orderly. I'd thought you would have valued that.
Her eagerness to please was to a fault. Perhaps your Olympian relatives require sacrifices, child, but this house requires efficiency and nothing more.
These feel like excuses.
Efficiency. You know who you sound like right now, don't you, Nix? I can't believe this.
If you are bent on undermining my authority, go do so someplace else.
Did the entire house just shake? Oh, we're gonna go to war with Nix. I'm sure this will end well. Hey, chef. Prepare everyone a good final meal because it's about to get really ugly in here.
Pleasure doing business.
Okay. So we can buy one more nectar. And then we can... Oh!
I'll take that deal.
Oh, but we can only buy one. Fuck. And then... Ares was lying. We've killed 30,000 enemies.
Was bound to happen, really.
Slay 10,000 foes or more than seek Ares. We crossed that line a long time ago. Why is that just now coming?
You ever bloodthirsty god of war?
That's super weird. Alright, high tolerance. I mean, all of these are house gems, which is not nothing, right? We can use them to buy keys, which we can use to buy nectars. But I would really like more nectar. I mean, we already got that one, so it's kind of too late, but whatever. Still. Alright.
Hey.
Okay. So let's just check one more time. So we're at 3, 2, 3, 3, 5. You see, Artemis? You see? Pass up the boons. What are you talking about? 4, 4, 4, 4. Okay. Doing pretty well. We're doing pretty good. We're making progress. So, we'll just keep at that for a little bit longer. And I think we'll get to it pretty soon. I think we'll get there sooner than we think. We just gotta, hope that we find a few of these guys and get them all up to 7. But, that could be 10 runs or fewer. As long as we can keep getting the nectars to stock it up. Okay, so, with that said, we're gonna go ahead and take a break. I'm gonna go get my tea. Everyone, this is a good opportunity to do all of those human things. Stretch, use the bathroom, get something to eat or drink, take a moment, touch some grass. And when I get back, we've got some art to work on. Let me go ahead and put the BRB banner up. There we go. Alright, I'll see you all in just a little bit. Right, I'm gonna run an ad break while we're gone, so as you know. Alright, thank you, Chooms. See you in a little bit. Bye! That's pretty good timing. Alright, where are we? Hello? Hi! Hello! Everyone good? Everyone have a good break? Alright, let me switch us over to Clip, and then I gotta close Hades down. Yeah, there's the right button. We gotta get rid of that guy. There we go. Alright. Let me just close Hades and then we'll get to our drawing. I got confused for a second. I was like, where did my controller go? I was looking for my controller, but then I forgot what I was looking for. There we go. Alrighty. We just gotta switch the... Oh, I never switched the topic over from art. Whoops. Alright, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It doesn't matter. We're just gonna move OBS, and then we're gonna keep listening to the Claire Obscure soundtrack. I just need to find it. There you are. I was watching some of the Session Zero for... So, Matt Mercer, voice actor and Critical Role fame, has been working on his own tabletop RPG rule set called Daggerheart, which seems to be, I don't know, it sounds very interesting. It sounds very sort of narratively driven rather than heavily mechanically driven, right? So it's much more about like sort of exploring things from a storytelling standpoint rather than everything sort of being determined by dice rolls and all about the number calculations and whatnot. So he's starting a campaign in a module for Daggerheart called The Age of Umbra, which is very like Dark Souls pilled. It is very sort of grim fantasy, post-apocalypse, dying world themed. So I've been listening to the Session Zero, where, you know, everyone is sort of figuring out what characters they want to do and putting all of that together. I kind of want to try Daggerheart. It sounds very interesting. It sounds like a very cool sort of mechanic set. Could be very compelling. Alright, so there has been a bit of a change of plans with this one. So we're not going to go with a line and flat colors. We are going to go full illustration on this one. So, to that end, I think what we're going to do is just a teensy bit more sketching, and then we're going to block out the colors and get to painting on it. We need the magazine. So just going to sort of bring that down a little bit farther, like that. Go like this. Yeah, it sounds very interesting. I'm generally not a fan of the sort of hopeless, grim, dark fantasy style of things. It's a big reason why I never really got into Warhammer. But I don't know, it sounds fun, and it sounds like not all of Daggerheart is, you know, of that styling. That's a specific Age of Umbra element to it. So it would be cool. I think it's actually very cool to sort of see, you know, how the module can sort of modify the rule sets, and to see like how versatile the whole thing can be. You know what I mean? Like, plus I think it's a really sort of good opportunity to show, like, you know, here's sort of the core Daggerheart rules, but here's how you can make, how, you know, sort of flexible and supportive it is of modules. Here's how much you can do house rules. and it will, you know, sort of adopt that very seamlessly, because I don't know that there are many people beyond just like first-time groups that play just the vanilla rule set of D&D. I feel like almost everybody comes up with house rules that are just more fun for their group, or they come up with house rules by virtue of not reading or understanding the rulebook correctly and just sort of end up doing their own thing by mistake, and then they go, oh well. I know that's happened to me a couple of times. That we just like realized way later. It's like, oh, you weren't supposed to be able to do that, but we kind of already established that you can, so we're just gonna roll with it. Okay, I think we've got everything on line that we need to get to, right? So at this point, it's really more just getting to the block in, I figure. I think we can finally ditch his mustache. I think it was a widow joke. But if I leave it any longer, I'm gonna actually draw it in by mistake. Okay, couple areas just to fill in, right? Okay, anywhere else we're missing? Ooh, that's really close. So I guess, yeah, it was yesterday. I finished up work. I got a little, you know, I did some like packing for the trip. Played a little bit of Helldivers with my work buddies, and you know, I still had enough of the evening left that was kind of like, I want to do something, but I don't know what. What I ended up doing was there we go. What's the word? Come on, Kaige, use your words. You have many of them. Clip Studio has like 3D objects and whatnot, and a lot. I've used the 3D mannequin to sort of test out poses and try stuff. Try to figure out what it is I'm trying to do. I've done that in the past, but I've never really tried to use it to like block out an environment or block out a scene. So I did some experimenting with that last night. Oh, actually, before I block this in, so we're gonna make this her group, and then you're gonna be his group. Call these line and line. There we go. Okay, so now we can go ahead and throw this together. So I just started messing with it just to sort of see like what I could do with it and how I might go about working on it more. I kind of ended up blocking out the shot for the next drawing that we're gonna work on. I didn't mean to just end up doing the entire thing, but I kind of got into it and just wound up being there. And to be fair, I think I spent like an hour and a half or 2 hours, and it was not, shall we say, the most entertaining. It was a lot of just like nudging objects around minutely to try and get a slightly better shot, a slightly better composition. And I always feel like stuff like that is not, it's not capital C content, right? It just kind of feels like I don't want to bore you guys. I would be like nudging the camera by 2 degrees and being like, does that look better? No. The good news though is that I do know what our next drawing is going to be once we complete this one. I might be getting a little bit ahead of myself here, but it's okay. I didn't check the sort of cleanliness of the lines, so we might have some gaps that we need to fill. Yeah, like we've got some real weirdness right here that needs resolving. Gotta get rid of those. Gotta empty this part out. And we gotta come down here. Yeah, we're missing a little bit. Actually, what are you doing? Oh, there's the gap. There we go. Okay, and then I think probably back here and right here. We'll clear those out. We can backfill that a little bit if we feel like the angle or the perspective on the jacket would make sense, but for right now, we'll leave it there. Okay, and then just 2 more. I see. Yeah, that's fine. There we go. Alright, good. I'm just gonna start duplicating some of the stuff as we go. Artemis, any notes on particular skin tones or ethnicities for the characters? Just want to double check before we go, before we commit to them. One thing I will point out, just as far as like sort of the process goes with the lines and flat color approach, it's a lot easier to switch out those colors, right? If we wanted to change like the hair color or something, it's a lot easier to do that. Whereas on the painting process, right, once we've sort of blocked everything out, it's a lot harder to switch them, right? Once we get into the paint over, we're using that information to to do the rest of the drawing. So it will be harder to go back and make modifications. So yeah, if there are like particular, I think you mentioned the pilot should be a dirty blonde, but if there's any other like specifics for hair color, ethnicity, eye color that you want, do let me know. Otherwise, I think I'm just gonna kind of wing it. Go. I'm just gonna block in the skirt as well, just to save on layers. That's easy enough to divide them up, right? We can sort of, just block everything in for right now, see how it looks, and then start modifying tones, changing things around how we want. I knew I mistyped it somehow. Okay, and then I'm just gonna clown color this in so that it's easy to see, right? I've goofed a little bit. The base tone that I have here for the sniper is what I want to be for her jacket, so I shouldn't be overdrawing it like that and messing it up. Okay, other leg is completely covered, so we don't need to worry about that, right? I'm just gonna come down here and do this. Good. Okay, and then we need clown color for the gun. Alright, let me take a look really quickly. Tan skin. For same skin. Into an eye color. Wait, what? Okay, so tan skin. Same. Eye color for... Sorry, I don't know what you mean by the purple image. Like, you mean the yellow eyes? What did I do here? What did I do here? I'm just looking at this sketch, I'm like, what was this? What was this? I think it's because I dragged things up, and so, like, the shape of it does not... I think it's just kind of a leftover of whatever I was doing before. It's not actually, like, connected to the actual drawing. Okay. Oh, no. Okay. Good. And then we're gonna do probably one more here just for labels. Here, actually, let's make this purple for now. For person skin tone. Okay, I'm not sure what the effect is there. Like just the shimmery glow color? Okay, and then let's just add a little bit to the cuffs here, right? So this can sort of be the same color, and then maybe the inside of the collar, we can do the same move. I think that'll be good. A good sort of way to like pop the color, or pop the tone throughout multiple parts of the character. I like that. Alright, and then one more thing for her is we need some hair color, right? So I'm just gonna mock this in as blue for the time being and we'll come back to it. There we go. I'm gonna switch back to green just to make it easy to see. Old green eyes. silvery white, okay. I think we can go for that. Go ahead and sort of mock in that purple color and see what we can do with it. Okay. And then let's get to work on our fella over here. So I figure on one hand we can leave the glove on. I think it makes sense if he still has his fight glove on, but for the one actually trying to articulate the gun, he probably would have taken it off. Oh shit. Oh, why did you do this? Okay. Sorry, I need to do a thing. I forgot, or I accidentally. It's okay. No, I think it does make sense. So if we have like a smoky effect coming out of the eye, that should be fine. Sorry. Processing. Okay, there we go. We're back. We are so back. Right. And then we're gonna grab sort of the hair tone, but we want it to be warmer. Alright. I'm gonna turn the skin off for a second just so it's easier to see it. There you go. Okay, yeah, that'll work. We just need a layer for the gun. I think we can do that. Yeah, it's just gonna be kind of a, well, gunmetal. I suppose that's appropriate, right? Yes, the classic gunmetal tone, bright purple. Alright, and then I'm just gonna, honestly, I think, actually, let's do it this way. I feel like this will make more sense, is rather than doing like a bunch of color breakup, we can just do some like value distribution to get some variation in the suit, because a lot of it is like very similarly drab. Sort of have a darker element back here. And maybe the pouches can also be dark. I think actually making the sort of neck padding lighter will sort of help to draw the eye up towards the head. I was thinking to make it darker so that there would be more contrast, but having a bottom to top dark to light gradient I think makes more sense overall. I think that'll be fine. Alright, and then what I want to do is we're gonna... yeah, let's do a slightly different color for the pants. This will make it a little bit warmer, a little bit darker, and more saturated. So I can kind of go like this. Yeah, I think that's okay. Yeah. Okay, cool. Alright, and then one more touch. Do we want to do something with the belt? Do we want to do something with the belt? We probably should. Yeah, let's just grab this right here. Maybe a little bit darker. Yeah, good. Okay. I like where that's going. I think that's interesting. Yeah, that'll work. Maybe a touch more saturation. Here, so let's do this. Yeah, still like 10% more. I think that works. Cool. Alright, and then we gotta come back up here. We can do the same thing with the eyes. Right? I'm not super happy with this eye shape, but I think it works alright. Should both of them have the same eye color? You can just mock it in for now. Brighter than that. Okay. Should the pilot have the same eye color as the sniper? I'm realizing there's a lot of greebles and such that we're gonna need to block the color on for this. Okay. Same color. Okay, I'm just gonna leave the support legs off on this. Super strong sniper lady. Fires it without support. There we go. Good. Alright, and then by comparison, his gun is very straightforward. So we're just gonna grab that sort of gray tone for it. Man, that is oppressively bland. Alright. I'm just gonna lighten up the eyes a little bit more. Trying to keep them from not being pure white, but I think I overdid it a little bit. Yeah, I'll do. They almost look like they got pink eye or something. Actually, here, since we're gonna have that sort of eclipse background, I think it makes sense to switch this to more of like a wine color. Well, Belgian waffles aren't bland. Those are delicious. Okay, let's knock this up like 10 more %. I think that works. Good. Alright, and then you... Let's go for something kind of... Well, so if we just completely neutralize it, maybe warm it up a little bit, I think that'll look okay. And then we're just gonna drop it down. Yeah. A little bit more. Yeah. Yeah. I like that. That looks pretty good, I reckon. Okay, and then you... You're gonna cool off, desaturate, and darken. Cool. Alright, and then the last tone is you, so we're just gonna warm that up a little bit, desaturate it by a lot, and lighten it up so it's nice and silvery. Alrighty, and then where's that last note? Okay, how are we gonna do this? How do we want to do this background? Okay. Okay, let's move the characters out of the way for a second. Just so we can see this more clearly, right? Let's sort of scale this out. Actually, here, let's do all the transformations and stuff on it before we start adding layers and effects to it. But I think that gets us at least into like an interesting starting place, right? Okay, cool. Maybe scale it down just a little bit so that we can see a bit more of the top effect. Maybe bring it down a hair. Just looking for any tangents, any weird intersects. I think it's good. I think we got in a pretty good spot. Right. And then last little note is I just want to make the jacket a little bit darker. And then the skirt. I mean, I think it would make sense for that to be... Here, let's have it be a little bit lighter than the shirt. Something like that. I think that's working. And so, last thing we're gonna do is just a brief little bit of a lighting pass to give us something to work with. Some interesting colors and whatnot. There we go. And then we'll set you to multiply. Don't have to get too exact with it, right? I'm mostly just concerned with sort of laying down some of the color, you know, some of the lighting direction, some of the lighting information, and getting a good sort of set of colors to play with. Good. Feels weird without anything, so I can't do the mouse controls, but I can at least have the tablet up. Good. There we go. Good. Okay. And then the one thing I've found with a lot of the drawings recently is just leaving the shadows at 100% is a little too much. It's too strong. Knocking them down tends to give us sort of a better result in terms of like blending and balancing. So if we put it to like, I think 80% will still give us some pretty, you know, striking shadows, and definitely, you know, we can always sort of push it a little bit harder in the paint over to get some of those ambient areas, the occluded areas that are just going to be like complete light pits. But we don't want all of the shadow to read that way, right? Only the most intense areas. Okay, and then I think we're gonna have to pull the hair a bit more forward. I think I might have given her a little bit too much face. Well, we can fuss around with it. We can play with it and see where it gets. Where's the skin tone layer? There you are. There we go. Alright, cool. So yeah, 80% I think is sitting pretty well. So now we can come over here and do the same thing. Let's just go ahead and knock that down to 80 ahead of time, since we kind of know that's where we want it to go. There's one other thing that I wanted to check, which is if we duplicate it, sort of pull the same trick that we did on the line work, right? So we have like an overlay pass of it and a multiply pass of it. What does that get us? Yeah, it's a little bit more colorful and interesting, I think. I think if we just have it multiply, it becomes a bit too subtractive. So we'll finish this layer up and then we'll duplicate it. Go. side of the gun here, right? The part that's sort of occluded in there. Cool, and then you can go right there, you can go right there. And put that right there. Alright, I think that's working pretty well. Do I come back over here and do really quick, just sort of under the brow. Shadow right there. Okay, and then one other trick that I like to do is on particularly metallic elements. So metallics are good, hair is good because hair has sort of like a prismatic effect that makes it behave in a metallic sort of way, is to duplicate the hair layer and put it on top of the shadow and set it as the color at a lower opacity. Just so that some of the shadow like picks the hair color back up. Okay. And then we're gonna do highlight. I'm gonna try a color dodge. This might be too strong, but we'll see what it does. See how it plays. We can always knock down the intensity of it, the opacity of the layer, if it's just kind of washing everything out, right? Yeah, I think color dodge is a little too saturated. It's a little much. It's a little much. So I think we'll knock that back a hair. Let's try doing add instead. Definitely a lot less saturated. But I feel like that's what we want. I feel like that's kind of what we're going for, right? I don't know. Do you want more saturated? Do you feel like more vibrant is kind of the mood you're aiming for? Alright, and then yeah, maybe just knock down the total opacity so it doesn't hit us quite as hard, right? We're gonna go over here and do the same thing. We're gonna need to double check how the highlight on this is gonna play with all of his spiky bullshit. Okay, cool. Because, oh boy, bro got some spiky bullshit. We're gonna need to figure that out. Yeah, he's not gonna have quite as much highlight on him, I don't think. He is sort of in the background a little bit. We'll stop a few places where it might show up, a few little elements that get highlighted. Yeah, Twitch has been kind of weird lately, and I think all of the message plugins have been messing up too. But I was watching Coco stream earlier, and she was saying Twitch does seem to be trying to roll out like different ad structures, like less obtrusive formats for ads, which if they are, I really hope they are. Because I get they gotta run the platform, they gotta make money to do that, but if the ad completely blocks my ability to watch the streamer, it does not make me want to buy the product. In fact, it often makes me want to actively avoid the product. Okay, I think that is good enough. I think that's good, but I want to try one thing for funsies. Okay. And then we're gonna set this to, well, not overlay, maybe soft light. Soft light kind of works. I think if we just reduce the intensity on it, that's okay as well. Just to sort of start getting that like focal point, right? Okay, maybe not that strong. Yeah, but just a little bit of like lower focus, not drawing quite so much focus around the bottom. Really letting the upper areas be more interesting and sing. Okay. I'm gonna try one more dumb thing. I'm gonna try one more dumb thing, just because I'm so curious. I don't think there's a way I can with the current color to really make it the tone that I want. So that's okay. We'll just paint it in. Okay,
Respiration amère, lumière s'éteint. Contre-temps volontaire. Contre-champ solitaire. Lumière s'éteint. Si le temps se perd à contre-courant.
It's a warm day here. Chat, you better be staying hydrated.
Si nos pulsations jouent à contre-cœur, notre amour veillera sur la mesure.
Ooh, that's good tea.
Lumière s'éteint.
If you're not hydrating, I'm gonna be very sad. Okay, so, Artemis, I appreciate you being here because this makes it a lot easier to sort of do this touch on. So, I feel like the prep process, right, sort of laying out the colors, figuring out where everything is supposed to be, is in a pretty good spot. I think we can maybe lighten up the sniper's hair a teeny bit, right? Let's do a teeny bit. But I want to ask if there's anything that you're seeing that you would like adjusted, changed, flipped, etc.
Pour toujours.
Because at this point, I would be getting into the paint over process, right? Like we sort of blocked out all of the colors, we blocked out the composition. There's obviously a lot of like really loose information. Like I haven't really gone in and tried to, you know, render the hands and fingers with particular detail. A lot of like the pilot suits, greebles and whatnot are very rough, right? So that's sort of the next part of the process, right? Is to like refine and really build with the palette and the kit that we've set up. But sort of at this point, it's also going to be harder to go back and make like, big changes. You know what I mean? Right? Like if we wanted to, you know, completely change the posing of a character, that would be really difficult. You know, changing the hair color would be theoretically possible, but it would be messy. You know, stuff like that. So, okay. Yeah, as long as you're happy with it, I'm okay moving forward. I just want to, you know, sort of get your blessing, your sign off that's like, no, this is a good design, good arrangement. Let's go ahead with this. I'm just going to zoom back so we can sort of see the whole thing. Man, I think there's still a lot on the sniper rifle. Yeah, I kind of like, there's like a railing that I sort of mocked in the color, but I really... Oh, we're going to be spending a while on this gun too. Damn these guns! Damn these guns and all their intricate details. Okay, well let me send you a whip. Can save this out. Where did that go? Where did you go? There you are. Dunzo. Alright. Well, in that case, I'm gonna set the paint over there, and we will get a painting. And where do I want to start? I'm not gonna start with the gun, because if I start with the gun, we're gonna be there forever. We're gonna be stuck there for the rest of the stream. And I don't want to do that. So we're not gonna do it. I think we'll start at our assassin's face. You can sort of start to block in a little bit of extra shape to some of the elements, right? Right, OBS, go. God damn. There you go. I miss my fourth monitor. Honestly, I really don't have room for more monitors. But my fourth monitor is pretty old. It only has a VGA and a DVI port. And that kind of tells you how old it is. But what I I feel like I could get a longer DVI cable for it, potentially. I'm assuming somebody still sells DVI cables. But I kind of just want to get a new monitor that has HDMI. I don't think it was necessarily the DVI to DisplayPort conversion that was causing the problem, because one of my monitors is still doing that and it seems to be okay with it. So I don't think it's the actual format conversion. I think it was just that the cable might have been unstable, and the monitor might have been like micro disconnecting, and every so often those disconnects would cause the GPU to freak out and the driver to crash. It's really hard to say for certain, just because like last time we went an entire month without any issues, right? So until we get to a point where it's like, oh, you know, we're not seeing that for like upwards of a month, 2 months, 3 months, it's hard to know that the problem is completely resolved. But it has been behaving better, and even, you know, playing the stuff that normally is sort of the stress cases or the stress tests and have caused crashes before, like playing Helldivers, playing Star Citizen, running a bunch of graphics programs at once. All of those, it's been completely fine. So I want to say we're doing better, we're potentially in the clear, but it is hard to know until we get like all the way through. One thing I have not tested on the Traveler, I have not tried to play any games on it. Now they constantly advertise as like, yeah, these are capable, many PCs are capable of playing games. You know, not necessarily at the highest settings. A lot of times they are like, you'll need to crank settings down to medium or low to be able to play, you know, more recent titles, but they're theoretically capable of it. I have not tried. I might try a little bit over the weekend. I might download a game or something and just kind of run it for a little while to see how it goes. I'm not going to try and run something really crazy like, you know, Risk of Rain, I think, is low-key really high demand on a system just because of the amount of shit that it brings onto the screen at one time, right? Like, each individual asset is not that demanding, but the amount that it tries to do is. It's sneaky like that. But then, you know, more demanding games like Monster Hunter, Star Citizen, Helldivers, I'm just not even gonna try with those. I don't think it's really worth it. And there is a program that I've heard about and I've yet to try myself called Moonlight. Wait, did I not put that? Oh, I'm stupid. Oh, I see why I did that. No, never mind, I'm doubly stupid. So Moonlight basically works as like a streaming, no harm in trying as long as you keep an eye on the heat. True, and it's not a bad idea to sort of as you say, to sort of see where the limits are. I think there's a fair amount of, you know, estimation that you can sort of figure out. Like, essentially mini PCs are laptops, right? They're I would say high end, but it depends on the mini PC that you get, much like it depends on the laptop. They are laptops that are they basically just don't have any of the peripherals built into them, right? They don't have a keyboard, they don't have a monitor, they don't have a trackpad. It's just the components sort of fitted into a little box. So, you know, if you find a laptop with comparable components and you sort of look at reviews of their performance and what they're able to run, a mini PC theoretically should be able to do essentially, effectively all the same stuff, right? That's the idea, anyway. So yeah, I might mess around with it a little bit. I'm gonna see if I can find another reference for this hair, just because I'm not really getting much in the back view. Or the side view. Doesn't really carry the same, quite the same look. Ironically, the figures might be a good point of reference here. Okay, perfect. Thank you. Yeah, so it's this interesting sort of like yarn ball almost. All these overlapping, intersecting elements. But yeah, what Moonlight essentially lets you do is you set up sort of like what I have going on right now with Teleport in OBS. It lets you set a home computer, and then it lets you set satellite computers, and the home computer will do all of the heavy lifting, right? It's the one that actually plays the game and then sends the input, the information, you know, the AV, over the internet to your satellite computer. And then you play the game on the satellite computer, and all the inputs get beamed back to the home computer. It's essentially the same system that Steam Link uses, right? At least in terms of like principle. I don't know what the actual like communication architecture and everything looks like by comparison. It might be drastically different. I've heard good things. One of my friends has had good experiences with it, so I do want to mess with it at some point. I don't think I'm gonna have, you know, time to set it up and test it before I go out of town tomorrow. But I'm also not gonna be out of town for that long, so I am not that like concerned about not having my game library for a couple of days. As frankly, when I go out of town, like, so over the holidays, right, where we're there for a longer period of time, and I think just sort of by the end, everyone kind of, we're not like bored of each other, right? But, you know, there's definitely more downtime. And at that point, it's kind of like, all right, I'll play a little bit of game. I'll play a game while we're not doing anything. But when I am visiting family, it's like I want to be focusing on spending time with the family and not just sort of doing the same stuff that I would do at home. So I'm not too stressed about like, oh, I need to have this set up before we leave. It's like, I'll try and get it set up for next time. The main thing was getting it set up to be able to stream. That was sort of my primary use. And I do want to test tonight after the stream is over, to make sure that it's going to be able to like run Clip Studio and everything. Like, it can run the program. I just need to make sure that it's going to communicate with my tablet okay, and then it has all my settings and brushes and whatnot. I'm getting way too lost in the sauce with this hair right now. I mean, it's important to make sure that we have everything we need, right? And that it's making sense and everything. But more than that, the primary concern is sort of doing like initial cleanup and making sure that everything is there, establishing some, you know, light planes, color planes, sort of figuring out the second level of the composition, right? And getting in here and trying to draw individual strands of hair does not help that effort. It is too exacting for where we're at. It's all terrible that we have, you know, a very rough point of reference of like how the bun and the braid are gonna start looking, but we don't want to spend a bunch of time obsessing over that. Also, I want to adjust the angle of the jawline a little bit. We can sort of soften up the shadow back here as well. Right, less of that. We can also start reducing some of the areas that go beyond our needs. Sort of build this out a little bit more. What is this doing? I'm just double checking really quickly. Okay. Why do so many characters look like Saber? Because Saber is the main character and the most popular, and everything is just trying to maximize on that. It's like Oreos. They got it in one, and now they're struggling to figure out what to do in the wake of their unbridled success. Sure, why not? Get some of that crazy magic whatever that Merlin gave her so that she could have a son who was also a girl. Yeah, okay, so let's bring this farther forward. I don't like this, honestly. I don't like it. Now the question is, what do we do instead? Question is, what do we do instead of this particular sort of roll, this particular shape? I think I know. I think I know what I would like to do instead. You must give me my son. That's great and all, but Mom says it's my turn to use the Xbox. Your mother is wrong and also a whore. Okay, so I think what I want to do is we're just gonna axe this whole thing. We're just gonna get rid of the whole thing. Goodbye. I have no need of you. Thank you for your service. And essentially what I'm kind of feeling is, like, the position of it is okay. The curve is too extreme. And it's too thick. Right? So instead of having one sort of big element. I want to sort of break it up into smaller bits and have more negative space. Yeah, better. Better. Not 100%. But we can leave it there for the time being and we'll come back to it. I don't want to spend too long. I don't want to spend too long focusing on a particular element and neglect the rest of it, right? There we go. That's right, grab this like slightly darker tone where the fabric is gonna bunch up, right? So you have a slightly different, you know, a slight shift in hue along there. And we can sort of grab this. There you go. Good. Yeah, let's not get too caught up in the minutia right now, right? saturate that just a little bit. This up. Okay. It's going in the right direction. It's going in the right direction. We just need to keep refining some bits, right? Cool. Does anyone know how long the Optima thing in Monster Hunter lasts for? I assume that's a limited time event. Yeah, same. I jumped on to do the event that gives you the weeb scarf. So I got that at least, but I haven't really spent a lot of time playing it. It is nice how easy it is to just jump back in and play now and then. It doesn't feel like a game that I need to be committing time to, you know, on a regular basis. It's not an obligation. I'm kind of tired of games that feel like obligations. I do think, I'm sorry, I'm going to talk about Star Citizen more. So, a fair amount of the stuff that they have introduced recently, in terms of like activities and stuff that you can do, is very group-centric, right? And I think in part as they've started introducing more large ships, right? Like the large ships can be flown around by a single person, but they cannot be completely operated by a single person, right? To get its full effectiveness, you need a crew. I think they've sort of been introducing more activities as well that require a group to play. You know, the stuff that they're showing off coming up, they're really advising it's like you are not really going to be able to do it by yourself. You're really going to need like a squad to roll with, because there's going to be just like so many threats and so many things to figure out and stuff to do that trying to solo it excuse me, is going to be just very difficult. Very, very challenging, if not effectively impossible. And I feel like that's an interesting... It is a back and forth that online games and MMOs have been sort of contending with for, I would say, over a decade now, right? Of how much is too much multiplayer. Like, this is a multiplayer game. You are playing with other people, but how much do you require people to form groups to be able to complete content? You know, if you look at something like Final Fantasy, their answer has evolved over time, right? Because it used to be the case that you could play the game effectively completely solo up until like level 15. And then at level 15, the story said, okay, you need to go run this dungeon now. The dungeon requires 4 people. And you cannot progress the story without completing the dungeon. I suppose if you were so determined, you could just continue to level past it until you got strong enough that you could run the dungeon solo, but you would really have to get up to like level 40 or so to be able to do that completely reliably. And then, you know, obviously that becomes more difficult over time as the levels of the dungeon continue to increase. And eventually they start introducing mechanics as like, oh, you cannot do this by yourself. Right? So, the game effectively required you to interact with people at some level, but unless you were running some of the higher end content, like raids, it was entirely possible to do it with pickup groups, right? Just go into the queue system and, you know, it would match you with 3 other people and you just go from there. Over time, they have made that less of a requirement, right? So instead of saying you have to be in a group with other people, now you can run most of those dungeons, almost all of them now. I think they've pretty much gotten through the entire backlog with an NPC squad. So rather than sort of requiring people, you can effectively play the entire main story like a single player game. And then, you know, it's still the case that if you want to do raiding or trials fights, or like the high level dungeons, actually no, the high level dungeons do have NPC squads built into them now, so you don't need other players to do that if you really don't want to. Doing your like daily rewards and whatnot, doing your roulettes, the NPCs can't run those. So you still need people sort of on your like day-to-day gameplay, but if you're just looking to progress the game, you don't need to. So, I don't know. I feel like at this point, for a lot of the player base, Final Fantasy XIV is kind of a single player game that you play with other people. It doesn't, in most cases, require playing with the other people online until you get into honestly kind of a subset of the game's content. Like, it's not until you hit max level and you're doing the endgame stuff that you are required to play multiplayer. And I don't know if that's a good thing or not. I do think when you get into that spot, when you get into that level of non-interaction between the players, I think there is a risk that you run that the players kind of stop viewing each other as people. They're just NPCs that you need for completing tasks, completing dailies, completing weeklies. And that becomes, I think that becomes risky, right? When you if people are just a necessary element for getting your runs done, I think that's where a lot of toxicity develops. That if somebody like can't just knock it out at once, they're likely to get flamed. You know, for me, like, I really like playing Helldivers with my friends, right? I like playing with Coco and her chat when I can get in on it. I like playing with my friends from work in the evenings. On rare occasions, I might jump into somebody else's community, right? But there's kind of like a known quantity there of who I'm interacting with. I don't play the game. I don't just like log into the game and play with random people online. I have the game set to private, effectively, or friends only, so that nobody else is sort of joining on unexpectedly. Because I don't want that interaction with people. With people that I don't know. So, I guess, yeah, the sort of interesting question, like, again, this comes back to how much on multiplayer is too much. Yeah, I think Star Citizen has really sort of from the beginning said, this is going to be a multiplayer game, right? You are going to have some stuff that you'll be able to do by yourself, but if you want to have sort of the full experience, be able to fly the bigger ships, do the harder missions and whatnot, you are going to need a crew. And I'm kind of at a point where it's like, oh, if I really want to like participate in the whole of the game, I think I need to join an organization, which is, a guild. I need to sign up with one of the community groups. I think it's not EVE Online flying. No, not so everybody could fly a single seater ship, right? Everyone could just be in one-man fighters and shuttlecraft and, small haulers and whatever. But yeah, if you want to fly the capital ships and whatnot, those are going to require anywhere from like 8 to 20 people to fully crew. Some of them might require more. Like the biggest ships might require more than 20. But this is to include all of the people manning turrets, the people running around doing repairs and keeping the ship up and running in the middle of battle, There might be like deck crews that as you have ships, fighters coming around, they need to come in, get rearmed, get repaired, refueled, and get back out into the fight. You might have deck crews that are sort of waiting to do that. So it depends on how in-depth you really want to get with it. You can run a lot of ships with a skeleton crew that's a lot simpler, but if you want peak efficiency, you need a squad. You need a bigger group. Yeah, all the theoretical crew in Eve is just calculations on the ship. It's not even NPCs. They just straight up don't exist. So, I don't know. Like, obviously it's a different game. They're not going for exactly the same experience with that. And one of the things that has been very sort of, I don't know, feels weird to me in Elite is how empty a lot of the ships feel, right? That even the biggest ships, the Anacondas and the Corvettes, are flown by a single person with access to a computer strong enough to sort of make everything work by the will of the one pilot, the one commander. And honestly, I do a lot of times wish that there was like more of a sense of there being a crew. Yeah, and I don't know if I feel like there's the idea that there are crew members on the ship, but they're all sort of responding to the Capsuleer's will. I don't think the ship is completely automated, but I could be wrong. I very briefly tried Eve and I did not jive with it. One of the things that they added in the recent update was the ability for player groups, corporations, to effectively sort of put out contracts and bounties for solo players, freelancers and smaller groups to take on and complete. So, you don't have to sign on with a major corporation if you prefer to be a solo player or a very small group player. You can still, get paid for contributing to the corporation's efforts without being a member of it. So even there, right, there's sort of like considerations of, well, how much are we going to require players to sign up to groups and participate in as large groups to be able to survive and do stuff in the game. Obviously there is not a one-size-fits-all solution to the entire thing, to every game, and I think the wants and needs of the player base of a given game are going to evolve over time as well. So you can't be like, yeah, this is it, and this is all it's ever going to be. Final Fantasy has evolved, Eve has evolved, WoW has evolved. Sorry, stretching a bit. Might take another short break in a few minutes. feels like Saturday, but it's not. I'm so confused. Yeah, I think the main thing, if I do end up signing on with a group in Star Citizen, I would probably just make it pretty clear. It's like, I'm a very casual player. Like, I would like to get on. I would like to participate in some of the events and whatnot. You know, if you guys set up stuff, you know, I'm willing to contribute a little bit, but I'm not going to be on, like, every day. I'm not going to be an avid player of the game. At the very least, not for a long time, right? As the game gets closer to being full release, maybe I'll get more invested in it, but right now, like, I'm very much just sort of like a pop on occasionally, play a little bit and log off. You know, there'll be times where I go, like, over a week without touching it, which at this point I think is honestly pretty consistent with how I play a lot of games. There's not many games that I'm like playing on the regular. Pretty much everything I'll just like jump in for a little bit, play it, and then come back to it later. I think any group that would like require a certain amount of playtime for me is not a group that I would want to spend time with anyway. There we go. Waiting for Space Dream. Oh, that does sound fun. I'm assuming that's like a horde mode. Like waves and waves of enemies. Get into all the greebles and whatnot later. Including Titans. Neat. Guns, man. Alright. We'll add more to it later. Just one. The blockout. Blockout is the primary concern. And that's looking alright. Vader. Thank you for the lurk. I hope you're having a really good Thursday. There we go. Add the grip as well. Right, it needs to come down like this. I suppose the grip might be a little bit too far forward. I think it needs to be more back like this. Okay, and then maybe the trigger guard can come back a little bit as well. There you go. Good. Okay, I see. I see. That's fine. So yeah, we just get rid of this. We get rid of some of the leftover bullshit right there. Clear that out. Clear this out. Good. Better. Better. Okay. So I'm just gonna come in here. We'll get back to that whole construction at a later date. Let's see, what's this looking like? Okay, so kind of eyeshadowed. Okay. I'm just gonna sort of wrap it around like that. It feels like a Saturday. It's not, but it feels like one. Okay, so yeah, then we'll have that be darker. We can bring this up just a little bit. So I get that nice overlap of the skin, right? Have that sort of merge in as we get underneath the brow. I do have the set. Yeah, okay. Payment size is correct. There we go. Okay, and then we're gonna need to sort of figure out some stuff for the planes of the face, right? So we're gonna have the cheekbones kind of coming down like that. I think if we put a little bit of a shadow and sort of underscore at the bottom of the cheekbone. That could be good. Right, we don't want it to be too dark. Because that makes it look sunken. But just sort of breaking up the planes of the face. Sort of roll the lower end down into shadow a little bit more, right? Looks a little scowly now. He's so mad. He's so pouty. He's a little pouty boy. Well, that didn't work. mouth is too low. The mouth is too low and the jaw is too narrow, I think. Bullets can ruin one's mood. True. That is very true. A single bullet can really just muck up your entire day if you're not careful. I did call him a little pouty boy, it's true. Yeah, it kind of works, but I just don't want it to be too, like, I don't know, I don't want it to be too much, you know? I have also heard a bullet in the ass can really suck. But I suppose it depends on the type of bullet. Let's bring the brow down just a little bit. And sort of mess with the hairline a bit as well. Support those changes. Right, if we do a little bit of a sort of subtle backlighting, something like that. It's getting there. Slowly but surely. We are getting there. And then grab just a little bit of this. Okay, I would like to take just a 1 or 2 minute break. I'm gonna put a brief ad break up while I'm gone. I just need to stretch a little bit and take a moment. So I will be right back. I'm just gonna put the BRB banner back up, and I'll see you guys in just a couple minutes. I appreciate your patience, your understanding. Alright. Likewise, for you chat, it's a good opportunity. Take a quick break, get up, walk around a little bit, stretch, grab a drink, grab a snack, whatever you gotta do. I'll see y'all in a little bit. Alright. Bye! Chat, I'll tell you what, it's very warm in my room. It's very warm in my room right now. Having 2 computers running will do that to you. This is gonna be a summer. This is gonna be one of the summers. I don't know how hot it's gonna get this summer. Hopefully not too bad. Oh, let me put the banner down. And I hope you're all staying hydrated, staying cool. I know for Southern Hemisphere folks, it's like, what the fuck are you talking about? And in your case, I hope you are staying warm. Embrace sauna time. Yeah, every stream just turns into sauna time with the Chooms. I don't think Twitch would appreciate me drawing that, though. Ooh. I'm gonna write that down though. I like it. I like it. I like the idea. It's like going into a steam room. You know how they have the steam rooms and they have like the hot coals and you pour the water on the hot coals to make steam. You just pour like a cup of water on the computer and go psst. thinking, you know, it would release the steam and also maybe some sparks, but that's what part it, you know, gives it the pizzazz. It's the 21st century appeal. You gotta get that nice little sci-fi extra bit. I've only been to hot springs a couple of times. They're very nice. Bathhouses are okay. They're definitely not as, like, I don't know, they don't have the ambiance, you know what I mean? It's not the same. It's not bad, it's just not the same. She poured water on my PC to make stream. I'm terribly sorry for your loss. At least you didn't wash it and hang it on the clothesline. I'm sure that has happened to people. A little bit of that, like, planar shadow, right? You don't want it to get too... I'm just gonna draw through this. I'm trying too hard to preserve a fucking strand of hair. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. There we go. There we go. Yes. Yes! I think we're gonna have to do the same thing on this side, that we just try to break up the hair so it's not quite so, like, clumpy and thick. But we'll get there. One thing at a time. Also, just bring the chin block down, the jawline down, so that it's not, like, perfectly parallel out to the end. Hello, Sonic. Happy Thursday. Welcome in. I hope you're having a good wind down to the week. Excited for the weekend. Well, I wish them luck, I guess. That's looking alright. Oh, thought I had while I was on the break. You guys know what I hate? I cannot stand clickbait titles. I get, like, irrationally angry at clickbait titles to the point that I will stop, like, following or, you know, block YouTube channels if they, like, regularly make use of clickbait. I hate so much when people are like, you won't believe this, or, you know, fans went nuts when this happened. I'm like, shut the fuck up. Like, tell me what your video is about, or leave me alone. I hate them so much. They are. I hate to use the word trigger, but they are in like they are a flag for me of like, you don't make good content. You need to like hype it up. And there have been so many times where I've like watched VTuber clips where they have that kind of title of like chat lost their minds when so and so said this, and then I watch the clip and I'm like, that's it? That wasn't even a big reaction from chat. That was just kind of like it was your garden variety lol reaction. Well, I don't believe there were states at the time, or much in the way of cities. I know there was a tree. I still feel bad about that. I'm sure it was a very nice tree. It was just minding its own business, photosynthesizing. I don't know. Like, I totally get content creation is hard. Trying to get attention, trying to spur activity is difficult, but I don't know. Don't be. I feel like there are ways that people try and sort of engage their audience, but I don't like they're just kind of, I don't know, bordering on scummy. They're not trying to necessarily make good content. They're trying to make stuff for people that will get a response from people. I don't like that. I don't like people going for, the engagement over the substance. I feel like if you make good content, if you make something that people will care about and get interested in, you'll get the engagement. But that's not 100% true, right? Like, some people will make very interesting content, very good content, but because of just how the stars align, they don't get attention, they don't get feedback, they don't get views. And that does suck, right? Absolutely is not fair as much as any of this is fair. But I don't think that's a good reason either to turn to like clickbait or... Honestly, I don't like react videos either. I see them periodically, and sometimes, I think there's like something approaching a reasonable react video of, a professional looking at, like, there's one I see periodically of like an opera singer reacting to songs from games or movies or whatnot. And I don't know, it's still too close to me, so I typically don't click on them. But I don't know. Like, you can sometimes have something like that where you have a professional that might provide interesting feedback or insight into a particular topic that, you know, the regular viewer doesn't necessarily know about. And that can be cool, right? But a lot of times it's just people like having very sort of knee-jerk responses to stuff, and it's like, I don't care. I don't care. Like, you're welcome to have an opinion on it, but there's no reason that I should like spend my time watching that. Yeah. I'm sorry. I need to look up an ear really quickly because I am not doing this correctly. I need to double check. I gotta check myself. Okay. There we go. That makes more sense. Yeah, so we got sort of the outer cup, and we got the Y bit. And then this kind of continues all the way around, but I am gonna sort of dim it down over time. And this should be more curved. It should be rounder. And this goes like that. And then this needs to more sort of merge together. Merge. There we go. That's a bit better. The lobe of the ear might be a bit low now. It's also maybe a little bit flat. But it's good enough for now. We can continue to refine it as we go. Main thing is just to get the right shape and everything. Right shape, right position. The fan isn't too loud, by the way, is it? Hopefully it's not picking up very much on the mic, but let me know if it is loud, obnoxious, droning, or maybe that's just me. Could just be me. That would also be fair. There we go. There. So I go and clean up the design a little bit in here. Okay. And a hint of shadow. Just to sort of denote some underlying anatomy. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. And we're going to take a little bit of a highlight. Give it a little bit of like a, what's that, polyester? Not latex, what's the word? Spandex. Spandex? I think spandex. I don't know why, I think it's just because it's like fun to draw. I'm a big fan of sharp colored ones. I think it just makes for a very interesting like shape to depict. Good. Good. Okay. Yeah, we have a lot still to work through before we start getting, particularly concerned with the minutiae. The little odds and ends, the details, the bits and bobs, right? The secondary and tertiary details. So I don't want to get too caught up on any of it right now. We can definitely kind of go in and spend a bit more time on it like this. Right, I think a lot of this is going to be in shadow, at least partially. Okay, yeah, we are getting the right sort of drop in value, right? As we go sort of away from the center, we get down into the corner here, into the margin. The margin. I want to sort of have this fade off. I think that looks pretty good. Good. Okay, going in the right direction. Great. So we'll sort of wrap this around like this. And then sort of, conversely, I think we'll hold this just to have it like bounce as a Fresnel off the edge. But it's going to be very subtle, and for the most part, it's going to be much more like this color. But I do like the sort of lighting differentiation we're getting on the two sides of the coat, right? So like this side is picking up more rim lighting from the Eclipse, it's picking up more of the sort of key lighting that's coming in like that. whereas this side is much more in shadow. I feel like the music's going very well with this too. This is a really good soundtrack. I'm such a sucker anytime there's like a refrain that gets used throughout a soundtrack. Like there's just this little sort of element that you pick up on again and you're like, oh, it's the thing! I love when composers do that. It's such a cheap trick, but I love it. I don't know, it's like it ties everything together. It makes it feel more like a sort of cohesive whole. It all just, it feels more unified. It's not just a bunch of ideas thrown together. It's all moving together. Yeah, it's a pretty basic start to it, but it's a start. I'm glad you're liking it, Artemis. But no worries, no worries. I know how streaming be, how watching streams be. Got other stuff going on. No one is required to be chatting all the time. I just appreciate you being here. Mostly just kind of cleaning up the shape and direction of the jacket right now. Making sure that this all feels good. The bunching of the sleeves looks really shitty, if I'm being completely honest, but we'll get there probably. Eventually. Maybe. Hopefully. Oh shit. There aren't supposed to be wildfires in June, what the fuck? Yeah, no worries, I totally get it. It's not that hot of a day here, but like I said, the computers make it a lot worse. But yeah, whatever you gotta do, stay comfy, stay safe. There's a YouTube channel I watch periodically. I started watching a little bit more of them just because I like the style of content that they do called Astrum. They started a second channel recently called Astrum Earth, which is much more focused on like Earth-related topics, as the name implies. They've been talking recently a fair amount about many of the space programs that are going on. So it started a forest fire on purpose. Oh my god. Well, I hope they're in jail. Or I hope they will be. Because that's awful. I don't know that I wanted you to permit the term dickhead forever, Automod. It was just okay in this case. Automod. Automod, hang on. Pull up. Yeah, sometimes well, I mean, dickhead makes sense. That one is fine. I get why it would pick that up and go, no. It's more just like, I allowed the message through, so now it has accepted the term. It said I permitted the term. I'm like, I don't know that I want it to be approved in all cases, right? It was okay in this case. There we go. Okay, we're getting there. We're definitely getting there. I really don't like how the sleeve is developing though. We're gonna have to go back and rework that, but Automod won't remember what I do feel like that happened in Jinstream or somebody recently, or a little while ago, I don't know, where it was like, it just kept flagging the same thing. I don't know. Moderation is hard. The meat thermometer incident. Classic. Classic. Of course, once chat smells that blood in the water. There we go. I like that. I like where that's going. I keep dancing around the gun, and at some point I'm gonna need to sit down and actually deal with it, and I don't want it! What's this art look like? Yeah, the slant on it is way too steep. Throw that down for now. There we go. I don't wanna. Can only avoid the gun for so long. You're not wrong. mostly just want to clean up a few the shapes on it. Start blocking in a little bit more detail. Okay, yeah. We have this sort of bracket object that's gonna go over like that. I don't know what Nyx is thinking. Like, I know I honestly, no, I don't even get why she sent Dusa away, but if she thinks Zagreus is just gonna, like, let it go, then she has not been paying attention to how he tore down the fucking underworld to find his mother. I don't know why she thinks like, oh yeah, he'll be like that against Hades, but he won't raise a finger against me. It's like, really? You sure about that? You want to put money on that? He's thinking, oh, he'll get over it. He'll be pissed for a while and he'll let it go. It's like, Zagreus doesn't let things go. Like, I would say Zagreus is chaotic good, but he is absolutely chaotic. He is going to upset the order of things. If he gets it in his head to. And honestly, I feel like Hades is, like, the character, Hades, is doing a lot better off once he kind of recognizes, like, okay, this is the person that I am dealing with. He is not going to just sort of bow and grovel and go along with whatever I say. That's not how he's going to work. So instead, we need to figure out a system that will make use of the way that he is going to work. And they almost seem to be getting along at this point. You know, there's still a lot that they need to unpack there, but they're doing much better than they were previously. Also, I love how the game just kind of completely ignores the fact that all the mortals are, like, starving to death in an eternal winter and fighting each other. Like, yeah, that's going on the overworld. It's fine, it's fine. It's just a bunch of mortals. Who gives a shit? The really important part is all of this god tea being spilled. Mortals go to war and kill each other all the time. It's basically their favorite thing. Mortals have two favorite pastimes, and Aphrodite is a god of both of them. considering how she was made. Exactly. This scope is way too big. It needs to be like 50% thinner. It needs to be like down here. There we go. Yeah. Put it down a little bit right there. Alright, that's a bit better. That's a bit better. Teeny bit. A little bit. We'll roll with it. Yeah, but we don't want it to be like Elmer Fudd blunderbuss looking. It should still make sense. It should still feel correct. It should not be comically big. That's better. I do feel a little bad about the demo blog. I really wanted to do more. As big as your face. Are you sure about that? I have a very big face. I wanted to do more game demos, and I guess for one, I didn't download as many as I thought I did. But then, yeah, I don't know, Void Sales seemed interesting, but just, it kind of seemed like it kind of lost momentum for me. One, since the game is completely out, and two, I don't know, it just sounds like it kind of ended up not being that much. What was really kind of awkward, I saw it was getting mixed reviews, so I went into the store page to sort of scope it out, see what people were saying, see what was going on. You know, there were a lot of sort of thumbs down reviews saying like, interesting concept, really sort of lackluster execution, there's not enough there, there's not sort of enough like feedback to upgrades, there's not, you know, there's just not enough of it, right? Which is a discussion in of itself, but what really kind of like soured me was there was a thumbs up review from one person that said they were one of the 3 developers. You know, sort of trying to like explain the situation and defend the game a little bit, and I'm like, okay, that's... I would say that's fair, but trying to thumb the scales on the reviews like that is really gross. Right? Like, if your game only has a few reviews on it, like maybe a couple dozen. Going in and reviewing it yourself and scoring it is a not insubstantial weighing of the score, right? It does affect it, and I don't think developers should be doing that for their own games. It's kind of scummy. I know people will buy review bots and whatnot, and they shouldn't be doing that either. Yeah, exactly. If you want to respond to feedback or respond to, you know, criticisms of the game, there are pages for doing that. Writing a review and then, you know, giving it a positive rating is not the place to do it. So yeah, I don't know. Like, it just sort of comes across to me like it's unprofessional, certainly. I'm gonna do a thing really quickly. Where did the gun go? There you are. Should have done this from the beginning. Oh, well, I don't know how much people do it specifically for Steam, and I'm pretty sure Steam has a fair amount of like security to prevent bots from, you know, spamming reviews. But on like Amazon and whatnot, absolutely people will just get bots to review their game or review their product and give positive ratings. Just like automated, almost sort of automated responses or automated copy paste sort of feedback. Five stars. I loved it. I am a human. I like human things like pizza and reading. Oh, go with the song finish, and then I want to watch the Sword of the Sea trailer together. I'm very excited. Actually, maybe part of the reason. So, Giant Squid used to work with Annapurna, who last year or the year before had that very public implosion, right, where their entire publishing staff quit in protest of the company's direction. So it's possible Sword of the Sea got held up because of that, and the devs were sort of going like, well, we basically don't have a publisher, so what the fuck's going on? So I'm glad to see that it is still on track for release and even has a date now. That's very good. That is a relief, to be sure. I'm gonna be very pissed if Sony tries to do some exclusionary shit where PlayStation gets it first. I don't know if they actually signed any sort of deal that would cause that to happen. Possibly. Possibly. No. This is a hero prop for the drawing, so it's okay that we spend a good amount of time giving it love and attention. I do think it's coming along. I don't want to spend the rest of the stream drawing it, but at least it is getting there. Got the bolts. There we go. There we go. Collective repair. Inner lane vibing. Hydrated. Okay. Yeah, let's do this. I'm trying to like freehand it and it's not coming out as cleanly as I would like. There we go. There we go. Alright, I think we're gonna leave the cigarette out. I'm not really an advocate for it. If you wanted one, I would consider it, but if it is optional. There we go. Alright, that's getting there. It's getting there. There's no way we finished the... There's... No, we're just into acting. We're not even close to done yet. This is an insanely long soundtrack. Yes, thank you. Especially as we're getting into the warm months. Hydration is going to be very important. I don't know if I end up playing Expedition 33, whether I'm gonna play it in English or French. I suppose it's kind of the dubs versus subs argument. And I've heard, like, the English dub is very good and has some very talented people. But ew, French. How dare. I don't know, I just feel like I've heard both versions. I like both versions. And I feel like it was made in French. It feels like it would be appropriate to play it in French. One of the things that I think is really important about localization, right, is there is stuff that doesn't translate, right? There are nuances, there are, you know, particular word choice, there's, you know, intonation in history and culture that, like, even if I'm listening to it in French and reading the English subtitles, it doesn't necessarily mean the exact same thing, right? Because of those differences. Give you permission to play in English. So I don't know. I feel like both of them have their pros. I do think, like, I think I've said this before, but I will reiterate it just to alleviate any lack of clarity. I'm not going to stream it. I really don't stream RPGs because they take too long. But if I were to, we would definitely play it in English, because I don't feel like subtitles work well on stream, right? Like, we would have, you know, you want to have the subtitles on in any instance, but if that's the only way that your predominantly English speaking audience is going to understand what you're saying or what's going on, I don't think that works, right? Like when we streamed Monster Hunter World, originally I've been playing it in Monsterese, or the sort of Monster Hunter native language. And then when I started streaming it, I switched over to English. And then Wilds only had Earth languages, so that wasn't even a matter for discussion. It is weird though, because the characters will still gibber in Monster Hunter-ese. Like they'll just sort of have casual background lines that are in the language, but then all of the story stuff, all of the actual narrative elements or interactions are in English or whatever language you've selected. I don't know why they didn't do a full track, a full pass in the language. I don't know, the game definitely got a lot more resources, and in some ways it's a lot more robust than previous entries, but I feel like it's getting into that, it's getting into that problem of, you know, even as you give more supply, the requirements are going up as much or more than the supply is able to meet it. And so it's like, yeah, this Monster Hunter had twice the budget of previous Monster Hunters, but it also, you know, demanded like 3 times as much. I'm just, you know, throwing random numbers here. Don't quote me on any of them. And so, you know, that's why you kind of look at it as like, okay, so what's here is really nice, but there's also kind of not, it feels like not as much of it, and that part kind of sucks, right? Like I know I kind of sound like I'm hitting on Wilds right now, and I really like Wilds. I think it's a ton of fun. And you know, as a casual enjoyer, I really like it. But I do feel like a lot of the people that were really sort of expecting to just be completely addicted to Wilds after it came out seem to have kind of moved on to other games, I think, faster than anticipated. I think a lot of that just kind of comes down to potentially there not being quite as much there. And who knows, you know, maybe later on in the game's life cycle, once more has been added to it, right, and we start to get more like into the late game, we start to get around, you know, expansion time, whatever the Wild's equivalent of, you know, Iceborne or Sunbreak is. Maybe we'll see a lot more like sort of dedicated playtime from, you know, the big Monhun fans. Who knows? Yeah, I think to play it constantly, there's not enough to do. But I still enjoy what is there. I think it is still a very fun game. Do I want more of it? Yeah, but I don't think that's necessarily a problem, right? I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing. It does make sense that, you know, each monster is going to be that much harder to develop for. And frankly, I don't really want them to make more weapons, right? More monsters? Yes, sure. Bring back existing monsters, develop new monsters, whatever. yes, but more weapon categories. No, I wouldn't want to see that, because I think that just makes the game like that much more complicated, right? Trying to balance it becomes that much harder, trying to introduce new stuff becomes that much harder. It adds bloat. It adds tech debt. And just makes it more difficult for the developers. So I don't want to see them do that. Finish everything in 5 streams. I want more because there's much potential. Yeah, I mean, we only streamed it through the main storyline. I think we played a little bit of the post-credit stuff just for funsies. So yeah, it was fair. It was a pretty short stream on our part. But I don't know. I am not overly stressed about it. And I think at this point, Capcom, has seen the numbers of the sales and gone, I mean, I fucking hope they're satisfied. They better be. And then, they do an event, the numbers spike back up, so people are clearly still interested in it, they just want more. We'll see where it goes. I do think, so my roommate put it well, that the release of a Monster Hunter is typically the worst time for it. Because it is the most bare bones, it is the least optimized, right? When I started playing World, the game was already past its end of life, right? It was just into maintenance mode, and all the monsters have been released, and there was honestly more stuff to do than I could figure out to do. And people were still going, doing Fatalis runs and going after the end game bosses because they just enjoyed playing it. But, I think sort of looking at it on a larger scale, not just for Monster Hunter, but for any game, you get into this weird place of, here's sort of the modern expectation of how much content a game is supposed to have. But a lot of times that expectation is set by games that have been out for potentially years. A lot of times the games are sort of setting the expectations, the games that other new releases are getting measured against. Like if their own launch version, if they released today, they would get lambasted for not having enough content. And I think, I don't know, I feel like there's kind of a similar issue with Wilds, of like, there's not enough here. It's like, okay, compared to what? Well, compared to World, compared to the game that's been out for 8 years? Compared to the game that has had multiple content updates and a full-on fucking expansion pack? Well, yeah. Like, I'm not saying that Wilds has enough content, right? I want to see more from it, for sure. But I think it's also important to, you know, measure expectations. I'm gonna put some cast shadow on this fucker. Sort of set them in space from each other, right? I mean, this is the big problem. There's so many problems with all the WoW clones, right? All the games that saw WoW's success and was like, we want that money, and then they tried to get that money and it didn't fucking work. But yeah, so many of them sort of ran into this issue of like, I'm seeing this pack back here. I think what we can do is turn it into like a slung pack like this, and that'll work. It looks weird. It makes him look really bulky otherwise. Too bulky. But yeah, so you had WoW come out in 2004. And again, like if you took 2004 WoW and tried to release it 6 years later, it would get crucified. It would get put through the ringer. It would be called a like minimal sham of a game, because, you know, 6 years later they had released Burning Crusade and Wrath of the Lich King and possibly Mists of Pandaria, and the amount of stuff in the game was so much higher than launch. But, you know, all the other games, the Old Republic, I don't even remember all the WoW clones at this point, right? Would come out, they would be here, you know, they would be on their day one, but they already have the, you know, comparison and competition of the game that has been out and continuing to add content for, you know, 4, 5, 6, 7 years. It's like you're not going to hit that quantity bar, or frankly probably even the quality bar, you know, at version 1.0. You need to get it out there, you need to refine it, you need to correct things and add content based on feedback. You can't just sort of do all of it magically and automatically. Okay, I want to pause this because we have a trailer to watch. Brief trailer. Very short. But I'm so excited. I'm so excited for this game. Boop. Anyway. Whoa. Woo! I can feel all of those games in the DNA of this. Oh my god, it's so pretty. This is gonna be so much fun. What in the world? The navigation in this game is going to be wild. Dude. Oh, it looks so cool! Oh, it's probably not going to come out on PC at the same time. Let's find out, actually. Let's find out. Let's go look. Because the Steam page might have gotten updated. If it did. Let's see. Okay, release date on Steam is August 19th. So that is a good indicator that it is going to release simultaneously. That's good. That's good. I'm happy to see that. I hope to some degree Sony is kind of cooling on their exclusivity period bullshit. They're probably not. They're probably not. I don't feel like that's really in their MO. But I would like to think that they're not going to be quite as tight-assed about it. I suppose the other sort of question, the other possibility, right, is... So the trailer was shown at State of Play, but I don't know that it, like, Story of the Sea is being published by Sony or anything. Actually, I didn't see... I wasn't watching the cards. Let me reopen the video really quickly. I'm just gonna scrub it myself. I'm not gonna bring it back up. Okay. So yeah, it had the PlayStation logo at the start, which makes sense. And then it said Giant Squid. But there was no publisher. Yeah, if Annapurna were still publishing it, it would have said Annapurna. That's interesting. I still don't like where the slave is at. We'll get it going. It'll be okay. Hey, Looney. Happy Thursday. I keep thinking it's Saturday. Hope you're doing well. Hope you've been having a good week. Ready for the weekend? Okay, that's a bit better. It's a little bit better. There's a moody boy back here. So we're working on a commission for Artemis. For their 2 characters for their stream. There we go. Okay, I actually want to walk that back because I think part of what's making this feel really weird is how like uniformly bunchy the jacket is getting. I think. Let me double check my reference here. Yeah, so I think if we sort of keep this more straightened out and then just have it like bunching up at the end where the sleeve has been drawn back. See how that looks. It's a little bit better, maybe. I think it's also kind of weird, like some of the colors are getting divorced from each other. But I think that's also just sort of a consequence of how I'm painting it and how smudgy it's getting. There we go. Yeah, it's a little bit better. Might need to continue fussing with it a bit more, but it's an okay start. I'm gonna have to fix the butt of the gun as well. And just kind of left it in a pretty rough place. There we go. Kind of. The only thing more complicated than fictional guns. Real world guns. Okay, there we go. What's the song called? I don't know. It doesn't have the the names for every song. It kind of, it's just playing them. It is from the Expedition 33 soundtrack, if that is any help, which it probably is not. Also, excuse me, Jesus, fuck. 1 second. All right, I think that's a bit better. One thing I have gotten in the habit of doing, which I feel has improved my internet experience pretty substantially, is blocking elements on websites. So for example, YouTube, you know, you're browsing through your videos and then it just has this whole section dedicated to shorts, interactables, right? And you click the X button because you don't care about those. And YouTube hides them for a little while. And then it brings them back because it didn't get the fucking hint that you don't care and you don't want to see those things. So what I have found, and what has helped me quite a bit, is I just go in when they show up again. And that whole sort of sub-window is an element on the web page. And so you can block it. You basically just block it from showing up in the CSS. I guess technically that'd be the HTML. So when it loads the web page, it just essentially comments out. She's trying to put their new game tab on me and upsets me. Mage, I'm telling you, you gotta block the element. Like if you go in and you just block it, it might still show like the text for the section, but then it will just move right on and keep showing you your videos, and it's so much better. It's so much better. Am I planning on getting anything during the summer sale? I might pick up the second Horizon just because we're gonna need it soon. And I've been waiting for it to go on sale as low as possible. So I might get that. Well, I probably won't get that. I don't think Airborne Empire is out yet. It seems to be coming along, so probably keep an eye on that maybe. But beyond that, Nothing really planned. Might go through and see if there are any... Oh! Should probably pick up haste. I really liked haste. So, I'll go ahead and grab that during the sale as well. But yeah, basically probably would just sort of... We'll just need to go through and see, like, what games do I want to stream that I do not have, and pick them up. Yeah, I do not have YouTube Premium. Probably would not be a bad idea to get it, but I feel like, I don't know, I feel like YouTube is still gonna try and peddle their bullshit at me even if I do get premium. Yeah, remind me about it later, Mage. Because it's a huge pain in the ass otherwise. I get so sick of seeing those fucking ads. Or not the ads, just, yeah, all the, like, extra bullshit, the sorts, the games, the interactables. Premium, because I listen to ASMR and rain sounds. I got woken up way more times with the fucking ad breaks and you're like, fuck you. Yeah, that's fair. I think that is a valid reason to get it. Wait, I did want that railing. God damn it, I'm stupid. I'm stupid. I've never understood how there can be so many car commercials. Like, are people seriously buying that many cars? Like that frequently? I've had the same car for probably about 15 years. And, you know, I've had to take it for, like, checkups, get the oil changed, all that. But it's showing no signs of slowing down. And unless, like, a vastly better car comes along, or I have to replace it, I'm not planning to. Please buy our guys, we made too many. Oh god, it's time to start drawing the hand. Fuck me.
You're watching this video sitting down. I'm gonna need you to fix your fucking posture, you croissant-looking letter C crescent moon ass scoliosis motherfucker. Fix your spine!
Oh my god, we're actually getting down. Towards the end of the stream. What the fuck? Where does the time go? I am sad that it's a short stream week. Can I be honest? Well, I hope so. I hope you've been honest up to this point. Go ahead and pour out the list. Third or so in my tea. I feel like I'm gonna have to make more tea over the summer. Something to consider for next time. Or maybe I'll just drink water. Go back and forth. This. I just want to sort of spread out the positioning of the fingers a little bit. But yes, what's up, Artemis? Just repositioning. A little bit, getting the knuckles a bit lower. I'm glad you like it. I'm glad it is going in the direction. Or going in a direction that you enjoy. Perhaps even more than the original. I'm glad I can do that. I've talked about I've talked about this before, that I feel like the big thing that we've been able to accomplish this year, as opposed to like, you know, big shifts in technique or sort of acquiring new abilities, new understandings. A lot of this year has been, for me, about doing things faster, right? And what was the line? What was the line in Hades earlier? Sorry, 1 second. Sorry, I had something in my throat. The line earlier about, it was like being swift versus being quick. All right, of not just like being faster at something, but hitting the target, reaching the bar more quickly. Not just, you know, getting to a certain time limit and saying, oh, we're done, but getting to where we want to be faster. I do feel like that has been a major improvement this year. I feel like a lot of that comes down to the practice that we've been able to put in, and, you know, working on these VTuber drawings, the fan art pieces, the friend art pieces, you know, and sort of really just homing in on efficiency, on like what are the things that we really like care about with the drawing. that we really want to see from it, and not sort of getting lost in frivolities and minutiae, you know, sort of hyper fixating on really fine details that aren't improving the overall quality of the drawing. I feel like that's been a big thing that has helped out a lot. There we go. I guess sort of the other thing that I might say is that this gun is too fucking long. But you know what? We're gonna leave it because it makes it look more dramatic. I do think the gun, like this whole sort of section that she's holding on to, and then the barrel is like 30 to 40% longer than it should be. But it looks cool, so fuck it. I am gonna make the hand bigger though. Just because if you compare the size of the hand to the size of her face, I feel like it's not enough. There we go. I appreciate it, Artemis. Alright. Let's see. What the fuck am I doing here? There we go. I just need to sort of distinguish these fingers from each other more. And build out the shape of the hand a bit more. There we go. That's starting to look like something. Okay, cool. And then yeah, the hand just sort of needs to continue out in this direction. Yeah, film is going to be sort of off over here, so we can't see it, and I think that's going to be fine. We just need to make sure that the rest of the arm, the rest of the hand is sort of supporting the construction, supporting the direction of it. Ow. Wow. Go. Yeah, this kind of comes out. I do want to add a lot more Fresnel lighting to it to sort of reinforce the backlighting of the eclipse, but we'll get there. That's a later deal. Right now, I'm mostly just concerned with like cleaning up a lot of this sort of edge gunk left behind from the sketching. We got a bunch of stuff on the outside there that I need to deal with too. There we go. Flash shadow with a gun. Can come down like that. One more thing. Oh, we're not even within line of sight of one more thing. We're not even on the same planet as one more thing. Yeah, unfortunately, I do wish... I do feel a little sad that, you know, we're not doing a full stream week. One, just because I like hanging out with you guys in general. But two, yeah, unfortunately, we are going to have to put a pause on this until next week. I was thinking about it, because I was floating the idea of doing a stream on Thursday. I hope you guys will understand, but I have opted... I think we will not do that. Mainly because... So essentially, you know, I was working yesterday. I took the day off, which is how we can do the long stream. And then tomorrow, I'm heading out of town. And then I will be coming back on Tuesday. And then I go back to work on Thursday. So I kind of want Wednesday to just chill, right? To just chill and, you know, maybe do some stuff about the house, do some cleaning. Just have a non-committed day. If that makes sense. Why does everyone keep telling me to get some rest? Get some rest, Kaiga. You deserve it, Kaiga. It's like, what the fuck? Do I really seem that destroyed? Yeah, and I appreciate it. We'll get back to it next Thursday, right? Unfortunately, so here's kind of the thing, because rest is important. I'll sleep when I'm dead. So, unfortunately, as far as the game dev is concerned, right, I do want to get back to it. However, we got this to work on, and there's one more drawing that I definitely want to get done this month because Pride Month. So, you know, sort of keeping all 3 days available to work on art basically means we won't be getting any game dev stuff done until July, which really sucks because that's been a good few months that we haven't been able to do game dev. Thank you for lurking, Art Vader. Appreciate you hanging out. I hope you had a good time. Hope you get some very good rest, and I hope you have a really nice weekend. Everyone say goodnight. Appreciate it when people want to hang out. Even if they're just lurking, even if they're just listening and watching along, it means a lot to me. Yeah, I don't know. I really do want to get back to game dev, especially after playing Neva. I feel very, like, re-inspired, reinvigorated to work on it more. I really want to. It's just, you know, with the computer troubles have been such a wrench in it. I've just been really hesitant to, you know, like, start messing with stuff when there's a risk that the computer's gonna shit itself. And then, yeah, we just got into such a cadence with the rate of art that we've been accomplishing that I've been in a groove with it, you know? So, yeah, I figure what we'll probably end up doing is try to get through June, working on this piece and the Pride piece, and then in July we'll reintroduce Game Dev Thursdays. Try and get back on that train, get the momentum rolling again. Cause I do miss working on pages. I feel like we were really getting somewhere impressive. We were really starting to like unlock new stuff, figuring out how to do new things, and like the next level of the game, the next sort of level of accomplishment felt like it was really close, and then all of this happened. And it's like, fuck. That means a lot to me, Mage. I know I don't have like the energy of a lot of streamers, you know. I can't sort of put on that performance, right, that a lot of people are capable of doing. And performance is the wrong word. Performance makes it sound like it's an act. Some people just have a level of energy and not craziness, but you know, just outgoingness, and their brain is able to just like jump ideas in a way that I can't keep up with that. I can't pretend to put that out there. I always, you know, I worry sometimes as like, by comparison, I'm just like so dull. But I appreciate that you guys enjoy it here, that this is a comfortable place, and that the energy that I can supply is something that you guys enjoy. So thank you. Yeah, I don't know. I as Standing Sir says, the day is crazy enough a lot of the time. Sometimes you just need something to wind down, not something to get hyped up. You need so much energy, you just felt tired watching. That happens to me sometimes with some streamers. Like, you know, no disrespect, I'm not saying I don't enjoy watching them, but it's like, it's a thing, you know. It as you say, it sort of takes energy to watch and keep up. Yeah, a lot of times I will, you know, start watching, say hello, sort of, you know, check in, participate a little bit, chat a little bit, but then I'll kind of settle into a lurk because I'm typically like working on something or at work or playing something. So yeah, I totally get the, you know, I know how streams are second monitor content a lot of the time. Okay. We are getting close to the end of the stream. There's still a lot more to go on the gun. There's a lot more greebles and odds and ends and bits and bobs and... But... Oh, this actually does need to be lighter. This is a separate component from the rest of the build. Something like this. Okay. Yeah, we've still got like the lower bodies of both characters that we haven't even started in on. A lot of really good progress today, but you can see we still have quite a bit to figure out. I definitely left this guy's face in like a quarter-baked position. It's basically a raw potato. Can't put any cheese on that? What the fuck? What do you guys put on your potatoes? Your baked potatoes. I haven't had a good baked potato in a long time. I just oh yeah. I will flip them back before the stream ends. Actually, let's go ahead and do that right now. The reason that I do that is because the brain gets used to looking at a certain thing, right? It will just sort of get to a point where even if there are mistakes, you're just kind of like, you internalize them, right? So it's hard to notice the mistakes and you just kind of keep working past them. Whereas when you flip it, all of the visual information effectively becomes new. And so it's much easier to notice when you did dumb things and go in and correct them. Sour cream chives. I'm not a big sour cream fan. I've warmed up to it, but it's still very much like a give me a little bit of sour cream, right? I feel like a lot of times people put too much sour cream on. I'm like, this drowns out the flavor of all the other stuff. Was the drawing recording? Yes, thank you for checking. I did remember to do it, but I did double check just now to be sure. God, this song fucking rules. Melody is so beautiful. Yeah, so periodically I will flip images. I'll flip drawings as I'm working on just to make sure that everything is like making sense and working, that I'm not internalizing any mistakes. But then yes, also have to make sure to flip them back before we're done. Butter, salt, and pepper. This is sour cream is free to cover everything. But I like butter. No, it still would have been useful. It still would have been helpful to check it because I probably would have chastised myself for forgetting again, and that would slowly ingrain remembering to start the time lapse at the beginning. I'm getting better about it, but there's always the chance that I'd forget. The non-zero chance. I wrote it on a sticky note at some point, but I lost the sticky note. Cheese and bacon. Ooh, that's good. That's good. I don't think I have had yet. I really want to try a baked sweet potato. That just sounds like it would be incredible. I really like sweet potatoes. There's actually one recipe that I like to do. It's very simple, so I like to do it for like Thanksgiving dinners and whatnot. Where it's basically just like diced baked sweet potato. Like you dice up some sweet potatoes, you put it in a dish, put some honey or maple syrup on it, just a little bit, right? And then like some cinnamon, some spices, and then you just bake it for like 40 minutes. Yes, I do. So here's the problem. I have gotten better about recording them. I still never release them. I got into a whole place. So Tech had the really good idea of posting time lapses, right? Of recording them and posting them on YouTube or Twitter and wherever else. But I got it into my head that it has to be this whole production that I need to like talk over it, put background music, right? And so I never get around to actually producing the videos. And I need to just fucking say fuck it and save out the video and put it online. I just need to let it be out there because I'm not getting to them otherwise. I have always been much more concerned with the making of work than the releasing of it, if that makes any sense. Like, I will produce stuff, I will make drawings, I will make models, and then just not post them anywhere. I will just forget. You know, like if I do a commission, I'll be sure to give it to the commissioner. If I'm doing fan art, I'll post it in their Discord, and then I forget to post it anywhere else. Because I am a stupid. Yes, the universe knows. The gentle chorus of existence is aware of the contribution, even if no one else is. We're actually just about done with the soundtrack. We might just play it out. We've only got like 9 minutes left. Stab a sweet potato with a fork a bunch. Throw it in the microwave for 2 minutes until a bit soft. Throw it in the oven at 375 into rapidly for 40 minutes. That sounds really good. That sounds so good. I want one. I want to eat that. Automon lets tab, but not the other one. Yep. Wonder if that would work in an air fryer. I don't know. I feel like it would be different. Because my understanding is that air fryers are basically convection ovens, right? They're more sort of reliant on airflow than sort of resting temperature, right? So I don't know if it would be less time, if it would change the texture of it. I don't know what it would do. I could also just be completely misunderstanding air fryers. I don't own one. I know, a streamer that doesn't own an air fryer. What is the world coming to? I believe it. I believe it. I never bothered to get one. I don't know why I hate heating the oven for a small thing. True. And I mean, I do own a toaster oven, which is not the same, and it doesn't work for a lot of stuff, but for most of my needs, it is perfectly adequate. And like, I can reheat like French fries and fried chicken and whatnot. You know, I might throw sort of the same thing Artemis is saying. I throw it in the microwave for a few minutes to sort of heat it inside and out, and then I throw it in the toaster oven to make it crispy again. Microwaving French fries is very sad, but the toaster kind of brings them back to life. Yeah, it's that going back and forth. Or an air fryer. Yes, there are many ways to heat a French fry. Some are better than others. You don't need oil for an air fryer, right? Like, you can basically just use the convection energy, like the convection heating. You don't need to spray oil everywhere, right? It's just an option. Not the ones I've used. Okay, cool. It's my sort of understanding, right, is that sort of the initial sales pitch of an air fryer is like you can fry food, thus the name, without the mess or the amount of oil that a deep fryer requires, right? And so, you know, people sort of started buying it for that and then went, oh, I can actually use it for a bunch of different stuff. This is really cool. That's my understanding. But I could be wrong. I am wrong about many things. try not to speak with an authoritative voice on most topics. Unless I'm very confident in my knowledge on something. I try to, at the very least, sort of, you know, preface by saying, like, this is what I've heard, this is what I understand. There's too much misinformation on the internet. I feel like that must be very upsetting for Mr. Information. Just seeing misinformation plastered all over the place. Imagine it puts a real strain on their marriage. Maybe he's into it. Oh boy. Grab this.
Miroir du temps, nos histoires s'alignent dans le creux de nos mains.
Maybe she should stop sleeping. Now, we're not here to shame anybody. But they should definitely seek counseling and make sure that they're on the same wavelength. Communication is key. Okay, so I think we're at a good stopping point for today. Which, yes, unfortunately, we are going to have a bit of a pause on this for a couple of days. But we'll be back in a week's time. We'll be back next Thursday to pick it up again. Progress the march towards a lovely finished piece. But I do think it is coming along quite well. And yes, going from just the sketch earlier today to, yeah, pretty decently into the paint over. I'm happy with how it's coming along. Artemis, I will send you an updated screenshot. So, you know, please let me know if there are any adjustments or tweaks or fixes or whatever that you would like to see, and we can definitely make a note of it next time. So the plan tonight, I mentioned at the top of the stream, or early on, but I will reiterate. So Ivy tonight is doing a charity stream supporting the American Heart Association. She is going to be playing Malsahana with her community. And so if you guys have anything that you are able to donate, please do consider it. But we're going to be going over and raiding her channel and showing some support for the cause. Is there anything that I want to mention before we wrap things up? Yeah, so I will be out of town. I won't be online. I will have my computer. I'll have the Traveler. So I'll be checking in on Discord with all of you and everything. Could have told me this is not. Oh, absolutely not. One, I would not lie to you that way. Two, I would not be. I would not settle with this. This is not done. Not even close. We have plenty more to do. You are going to get the best of my abilities to your satisfaction. Yes. Okay. I think that's everything for right now. We'll say yes. We'll say it is. I'm gonna go ahead and shut down the YouTube VOD. Everyone say bye, YouTube. I should also make a point of this, but the VODs are available on YouTube. So, Twitch expires them after 2 weeks, and we are not doing anything to save them anymore because we have a recording limit. But I do stream everything over on YouTube with the purposes of being saved there as a long-term VOD. So all of the recordings of the streams, if you guys are looking for them, are over on YouTube, and I will make a point of setting up a bot or something, posting somewhere the link to it, so that you guys can find it.